Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 141 of Java for Tester series, that is min method of math class. What is this min method? Min method is one of the predefined methods of this math class in Java. So this min method is one of the predefined methods of math class in Java. So what is the purpose? What is the purpose of using this min method, guys? The purpose of using this min method is this min method will return the least value, okay, out of the given two values. So out of the given values, whatever the least value is there, that will be returned by this min method. For example, guys, if I give some two values to this min method, say 6, 9, okay, I'm providing two values like this, 6 and 9. And this min method will return the minimum value out of this, or minimum value or least value out of these two given values. Here in 6 and 9, what is the least value, guys? 6 is the least. So this min method will return you the value 6. Okay, whatever the least value is there in the given values, that will be returned. So let me practically show you how to use this min method. So in order to use that min method, we have to first write down the class name, that is math class, then say dot and type min. You will get different versions of this min method, guys. They have different parameter types. As you can see, if you first version of this min method has double parameters, second version of min method has float, and third version is int, and fourth version is long. Let me take the third version, guys, that is int, okay, which is easy to explain. So 6 and 9 I will give, let's say. Okay, I'm just providing two values, that is 6 and 9, to this min method. This min method will check these two values and return the least value out of these two values. What is the least value here, guys? 6. 6 will be returned, guys. So where it will be returned? Over the mouse on this min method, guys. As you can see, there is a return type of this min method here is int. Okay, I will say int a is equal to. So this min method, once it validates these two values and returns the minimum value, that is 6, the returned value 6 will be stored into the variable a. Okay, now if I print down, okay, if I print this a, if I write print system.out.println and try to print the value that is stored in a, then I run this, it will print the value 6, guys. 6 will be printed here. Okay, the least value out of these two values, that is 6, will be printed here because min method has returned the least value out of these two values and stored into the variable a. On printing a, we got this, the least value, that is 6. This is how, guys, we have to use min method of math class in Java. So that's it. In the next video session, I'll explain another method of math class, that is random method. Random method of math class I will be explaining in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 142 of Java for Tester series, that is random method of math class. What is this random method? Random method is one of the predefined methods of math class in Java. Math class in Java has different predefined methods, and this random method is one of them. Random method is one of the predefined methods of math class in Java. So what is the purpose of using this random method? The purpose of this random method is to return some random value. Okay, when you run this random method, okay, it will return you some random value. Let's say when you run this random method for the first time, it may return some x value. And if you run the random method, the same random method for the second time, it may return some other value, some random value y will be returned. Like this, guys, no matter how many times you run this random value, you keep on getting some random values. Okay, random method will return some random value when executed. Okay, so what is the range? What is the range in which this random method will return these values? The range is starts with 0.0, guys, and greater than 0.0 till less than 1.0. Okay, 0.0 to less than 1.0. So the range is a positive range, guys. Okay, positive range. All the positive values will be returned, and all these values are decimal values. Okay, they are of decimal values, guys, which starts from 0.0 and greater than 0.0 till less than 1.0. This is the range. For example, at one point of time, it may return you 0.1. And when you run the same random methods for the other time, it may return you something like 0.56. Okay. And 0.95. It can be anything, guys. 0.99 also. 0.99. Okay. Like this. Each and every time you run this random method, it will return you these different types of decimal values in this range of 0.0 greater than 0.02 less than 1.0 equal to and greater than 0.02 less than 1.0 is a range. So let me practically show you guys how to use this random method so that it can return you this kind of values. So in order to use, we have to first write down the math class. Okay, math class, and say math dot, then type random, guys. Okay, then you will get this method known as random method. Math dot random. What is the return type of this random method, guys? When you hover the mouse on this random method, it will return you double. Okay, double A is equal to. So when you run this random method for the first time, it may return you some random value within the said range and store into this variable A. And when you try to print this system.out.println, when you try to print this variable A, the random value returned by this random method will be stored into this variable A, will get printed, guys. Let's see, guys. We'll run this same program multiple times and see whether we are getting different random values or not. Okay, in each and every run. Let's run this for the first time. Right click on this program and say run as Java application. You got some value as 0.7097. Okay, let's put that here. Okay, this is the value we got for the first run, guys. Now let's run the same program for the second time, guys. Right click, run as Java application. 0.736. Okay, is this two values same, guys? No. 0.70, 0.73, both are different, guys. Okay, let's run it again. Right click, run as Java application. You see you got 0.50. For the third one you got this. Okay, now run it again. Right click, run as Java application. 0.41 something we got. You see every time the range is, the values are decimal values and they are positive values. They are not there. There is no negative value here, and all these values are within the range of 0.02 less than 1.0. Right. So, but guys, this random value will not be helpful for us. Okay, until it is in like a normal value. For example, I want to print the random values within the range of 0 to less than 10, something like this. Okay, 0 to less than 10 I want to print. What I have to do? Or I want to print the random values within the range of 0 to less than 100, or I want to print the random values in between 0 to less than 1000, whatever it is. Okay, like this I want to print. How to do it, guys? How to do this? So in order to get the range like this, instead of this range, if I want to get this kind of realistic range, then I have to multiply, guys. Okay, so I have to say a into 10. What will happen, guys, when I say a into 10? Okay, whatever this kind of values we are getting, I am multiplying by 10. So this 7 will come before 7.0, it will become, instead of 0.70, it will become 7 point remaining things. Okay, let's run this, guys, and see what's happening. Right click, run as Java application. You see you got 3 point something you got. When you run it again, this time you get some 0.38. Let's run it again. Right click, run as Java application. 5 point something you got. Right click, run as 9 point something. Like this, different values you are getting, guys. Okay, now I don't want this decimal value, guys. I only want this 9. Okay, I don't want this remaining values. Okay, so how to do that? For that, I have to cast this value. Okay, a into 10, I have to cast it, guys. How to cast it? So I will say something like this: a into 10. Okay, a into 10. This will return you this kind of values, and I want to store this into an integer. like int b is equal to. So definitely this will give a compiler error and ask you to cast it. Okay, here I have to say int of, okay, casting I am doing int of a into 10. So now if I print b here, okay, after casting, if I print b here, the decimal value will not be, this decimal value will not come, guys. Okay, here a into 10 is, let's say a into 10 is this value, okay, 9 point something. Now you're casting it as int. So all this decimal value will be ignored and only this 9 will be assigned to the variable b here. When you print b here, only that 9 will be printed in that case. If I run it, I'll be getting random values, guys. So let's see whether I'm getting whatever I'm expecting. Okay, that is the range 0 to less than 10 I want to get. So whether I am able to achieve or not. Right click, run as Java application. I got 0. That's fine. Run as Java application. Again 0 I got. It's very random, guys. So I'm frequently getting 0. There's something going wrong. A into 10 casting. Then B should be working fine, guys. So math.random. Every time I am getting 0. I don't know why. So maybe here I'm not doing I'm doing something wrong, guys. Okay, maybe I'll put some brackets here. A into 10. Okay, and let's try it again. Right click, run as Java application. I got this. Okay, now I'm getting proper values. Maybe there is some, while casting, this is casting directly and then multiplying by 10. That may be a problem, guys. Okay, so now after putting the brackets like a into 10, then after casting it, then I'm getting proper values. Right click, run as Java application. 8 I got. Right click, run as Java application. 2 I got. You see, I'm getting the values from 0 to less than 10. Okay, but not 10, like this. Okay, every time I run this program, I'm getting a random value. Okay, within the range of 0 to less than 10. Now what if I want the values to be in the range of 0 to less than 100? In this case, guys, you have to multiply this a. The random value returned is stored into this a, guys. You need to multiply that value with 100, guys. Instead of 10, you have to multiply with 100 and cast it to int, so that you will get the same kind of results. Now the range will increase, guys. I got 82 within the range of 0 to less than 100. Okay, if I run this again, right click, run as Java application. I got 60. Right click, run as Java application. I got 91, like that. What if I want to have the range with 0 to less than 1000? I have to add one more 0 here, a into 1000, then cast it to int. Fine, let's run this and see whether I'm getting the range values or not. You see 465 within the range of 0 to less than 1000. Like that, guys, you will keep on getting the random values when you run this program multiple times. And in real time, we generally expect this kind of values, guys. Okay, the values which are in the range of 0 to less than 10 or 0 to less than 100, 0 to less than 1000, like that. Okay, that's why we have to implement such kind of programs where random method will return some value and you have to multiply that value with either 10, 100 or 1000, then cast it with int so that you will get the proper value without any decimal point, then print that value. Okay, so this is how, guys, we have to use random method of math class in Java. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain about packages in Java. Okay, I'll explain about packages concept. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 143 of Java for Tester series, that is packages. So what are packages? What are packages? In Java, the purpose of these packages is to group or categorize the related classes and other files in Java projects. Okay. So what is the purpose of packages, guys? The purpose of the packages is to group or categorize the related classes and other files in the Java projects. For example, we have a Java project, and under this Java project, there are lot of class files and lot of other files, okay, which are not categorized, guys. Okay, by default they are not categorized, let's say, in this project. So what is the problem that you will face, guys? If you have a lot of class files and lot of other files in the same Java project, what is the problem that you will face? things will be a bit messy, guys. Okay. The first problem is that messy. Suppose if you want to find some class, it will take a lot of time, right? It will take a lot of time to find it because there are a lot of classes and other files which are not categorized here in the Java project. Okay, and things are kind of messy. So it will take. We have to go through all the class files and other files and check their names to find the required class or class file or some other file, whatever we are that is required. Okay. So what is the solution, guys? If things are messy, what we have to do? We have to either group or categorize. Okay, we have to group and categorize the related classes and other files. Okay, we have to group or categorize related class and other files. This is the solution. So what is the purpose of grouping or categorizing, or how you group it? If you have to group this different classes and other files under this Java project, we have to use something known as packages, guys. Okay. So what is the benefit that we'll get after grouping this different classes and other files using these packages? So the benefit here is things will be more organized. Okay. Organized. Things will be more organized, and also accessing will become easy. Accessing will become easy. So let me take a real-time example, guys. For example, guys, you have a lot of books with you. Okay. So let's say you have a lot of books with you. You have maintained a good collection of books in your house, let's say, and to place these books, there is a book rack. Let's say there is a book rack in your house like this. Okay. A lot of shelves are there and a lot of blocks are there where you can put all these books. Suppose if even though you have a good number of books and there and you are not using this book rack properly, you are direct without any plan, you are placing the books in a different unorganized manner. Okay. So you don't have a particular plan to place all your books in this book rack. Okay. You are simply putting the books into this book rack, and whenever tomorrow when you need a particular book, what you will do, guys? You will keep searching from the first block, guys. Okay, whether my book is there in this first block, whether my book is there in the second block, like that you keep on searching for the book until you find it, which takes a lot of time, guys. Okay, it's not because the books are not organized well in this book rack, and it's take a lot of time. Since the things are messy here, it will take a lot of time for you to find this book. Otherwise, if I put all my motivation books here, or like fiction books here, okay, story books here, like the different books, if I categorize in different blocks here, tomorrow if I need a book, guys, when I come here, what I will do, guys? Okay, if I need a book from the fiction section, so I'll directly go to the fiction section, and I will find the book with easy. Okay, in an easy manner I will be able to find the book. Because what happened, guys, before and after? Before, the books were not organized. I have to keep on searching in each and every block. Now once I organize my books, then things will become easy, guys. I can directly go to that block and then get my book, which will make the things easy. Okay, so if it is more organized, it will become more easy to access. Okay, the same thing is applied for the packages also, guys. Okay, if you have a lot of classes and other files in the same Java project, and if you want to access a particular file, it will be very bit difficult. Okay, you have to go through all the class and files to find the required class or file. But if you group them or categorize them, categorize the related classes and other files under different packages, if you group the related class and files, then the things will be more organized and it will be easy for you to access them tomorrow. Okay, this is the advantage you will get, guys. Using packages, we can group or categorize the related class and other files, okay, in the Java projects, which will make your organizing of this stuff and accessing of the stuff from the Java project easier. That's the purpose and the use of the packages in Java. So guys, in this video session, I'll explain you how to create packages. Okay, I'll show you how to create packages in the Java project. Practically, I will show you now. Okay, so let me show you. So let me create a Java. Let's launch this Eclipse ID, guys. If the Eclipse ID is already launched, just select this file, say new, and select this project. And select any project, guys. Say I will select this Java project from here, and say next, and you'll ask for the project name. Give some project name. Say let me give a project name. Say Facebook. Okay, click on finish. The Facebook project got created here, guys. So now I'll show you how to create the project first. Okay, how to create the package first. So under this project, I will create some packages, guys. I will show you the process for creating the packages here. So after expanding this Facebook project here, you got some SRC folder here. Right click on that SRC source folder and say right click new and then say select package, guys. Okay. So when you select package, it will ask for the package name. I'll give some package name, guys. That is, let's say I will give some package name like login pack and click on finish. And again, I will right click on this SRC and say new and select package. And this time I'll give logout pack and finish. Then I will right click on SRC and say new pack. Like this, I can create any number of packages, guys. Okay. These packages are going to help me in organizing the things so that the accessing of the stuff will become easier for me. Okay. So now I will give another package based on the functionalities of the Facebook, guys. I can create as many number of packages I want. Okay. So let's say I will create some profile pack and sorry, I did some mistake here. Let me delete this. Right click on SRC, say new and select pack and say profile pack. So what is happening here? Okay, let me create another package. Right click new package and I'll give something like photos pack. Okay, photos pack. This option got selected, guys, somehow. Okay, that's why the problem is coming. You should not be selecting this option. Okay, photos pack and select finish. You see, now it got created properly. So like this, I created 4 packages here, guys. Okay, under every package, I can create class files. Okay, let's say I want to create some class file under this login pack. So right click on this login package and say new and then select class. Okay, and give the some class name. Let's say I will give something like create account. Okay, some functionality related to the login of the Facebook. Okay, that is you can create using the login functionality. You can create an account, right? So in Facebook account, you can create a new Facebook account. So for that, I'm creating a class, guys. New account, create account. Now here, I'll click on finish. The moment I click on finish, guys, this package name will be. You will see this package name inside this class, guys. Okay, when you say finish along with the class name, you will see the package name also. Okay, you see when I created this class, that is create account class, public class, the name of this class name, that is create account, is there here, guys. Okay, class name is there. Along with this class name, we also have the package name here. Okay, inside this, earlier when I used to create a class, okay, I used to not get this package name. Okay, this package name was not there earlier, but when I am creating a specific package and I'm creating some class under that package, I'm getting the package name and class name both. Okay, earlier I used to get only class name, but I'm also getting on the top of the class name, I'm also getting the package name. Okay, so how the Java is naming the package, right? How to create a package inside this class? You have to say package login pack. Okay, if you are under the login pack, you have to say package login pack. Okay, Eclipse ID is automatically adding this name for you, guys. Okay, if you are not using Eclipse ID, if you are if you are writing the program outside the Eclipse ID, you have to manually write this. Okay, you have to create the package like this, package and login pack. You have to specifically write. But here, since Eclipse ID is like automating the things, like it's adding the package name, adding the class name, all these things for you. Okay, so here this is a syntax, guys. Okay, if you want this particular class to be under this login pack, you have to write package login pack. In Eclipse ID, you don't have to write. Eclipse ID automatically adds this statement for you. Okay, so this is the syntax, guys. Package name provided by a semicolon. Okay, syntax of this package name is package name. Syntax for the class name is class name. Okay, class name. Here package name. Fine. Now we created one class under the package. Now let's create another class under this login pack. Let's say new class login to the account. So login account I will say. Okay, I'll say and click on finish. Even this login account class is also under the which package? Login pack. That's why we got package login pack. In both the classes we got package login pack. Here also login package login pack, and the class name is different here, and the create account class name is create account, and login account the class name is login account, but package name is same because these two classes are under the same package. Now let's create another class. So forgot I did a mistake here. That is like this name should be in capital, guys. Okay, how to rename? Right click on this class name and say in the Eclipse ID how to rename this file. If I did a mistake, right click on this class file and say some option will be there, guys. Refactor option will be there. You have to find this refactor and say rename. Okay, just rename this to capital C should be there. Class name should always start with a capital letter. Okay, that's the mistake I did. Click on finish and go inside the create account. You see it got updated. Now here login account also same thing, guys. I have to refresh. I have to refactor. Right click refactor rename, and here capital L should be there. Okay, class name should be in capital letter like this. Okay, fine. Now we'll create another class under the login pack, that is new class. I'll name this class as forgot password. Okay, forgot password class. When I click on finish, another class got created under the same login pack. You see inside this forgot password also package name, that is login package there. The package under which this forgot password class is there here. Okay, and the class name is forgot password. So any other classes that we can create here, guys, that's fine, I guess. For now this is fine. So now under the logout pack, okay, so under logout pack also you can create another class. Okay, new class, I will say logout from account. Okay, click on finish. This is another class under the logout. Now under photos pack I can create photos pack, otherwise under profile pack. Okay, I'll create a class like add profile. Okay, add profile, click on finish. You see in this, what is the package name in this add profile class, guys? It's not login pack, because this add profile is created under the profile pack. Okay, so add profile is created under profile pack, so the package name is profile pack here. Package name is profile pack. Fine. So now you can add like a post update. Okay, or update profile you can say. Update profile, finish. Like that, multiple classes which are related to the profile you can post under the profile pack. Right click new, again another class, delete profile. Okay, finish. Like that. Under photos also you can say add album. Okay, add album. This add album class is under which package? Photos pack. So package name is photos pack. Right click new, class. Okay, delete album, finish. And you have many functionalities in Facebook, guys. You can, out of your creativity, you can create add photos to album. Okay, like this you can create any number of classes. So here, guys, if you observe the things, there are different classes. Okay, there are different classes under this Facebook project. I mean, a lot of project class files are there here, and if you don't group them, if these packages are not there here, what will be the problem, guys? It will be a bit difficult to find the required class files. For example, if I have to find some class file which is related to the login functionality, I can directly go to the login package and find that. For example, if forgot password. So what will strike, guys, when you think about the forgot password, you will think that this forgot password will definitely be there under the login package. So you'll directly go to the login package and search here. Instead of searching for all the files, instead of searching through all the class files to find the required forgot password file, you simply guess that it will be there in the login package, and then you'll go to that package and find this file. That will be easy. Things will be more organized with the packages like this, guys. Okay. With the help of the packages, we can group or categorize the related class files and other files in the Java projects like this. Okay, the Java project, you can group the files like this, guys. Okay, that is the advantage of using packages in the Java projects. Okay, using packages in the Java projects, you can categorize all the class files, interface files, other files, whatever the files that are there in the Java can be categorized properly, or related things can be categorized together. Okay, so that it will make the things organized, and also it will make you to access the things very easier way. Okay, if you want to access something, you can easily find and access. That's how the packages help, guys. So guys, that's all about the packages. Okay, that's all about what exactly the packages are, what is the purpose. Okay, what will happen when you create a class under package. Okay, package name will be added, right? This syntax, package name will be added, and how the packages will group the related class files and interface files or other files together. All those things I explained in this video session, guys. Okay, so this is about the packages, guys. Okay, this is about the packages, and we are not done with the packages yet, guys. There is a lot of things to be explained about packages yet. Okay, this is just an introduction to packages, and where I explained the purpose and all those stuff. Okay, Now in the next video session, I'll explain another topic of packages, that is default package. I'll explain about the default package in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 144 of Java for Tester series, that is package handling in Eclipse IDE. So in this session, I'm going to explain what will happen when you don't create any project and then create a class in one of the Java projects. Okay. If I create a project here, let's say if I create some Java project here, okay, and let me name this Java project as my Java project. Okay. Some project I'm creating in Eclipse IDE, guys, and I will show you how Eclipse will handle this kind of situation. Okay. Here, without creating any package, if I directly create a class, what will happen? So in this case, guys, Eclipse IDE will create a package known as default package. Okay, a default package will be created even though you don't create any package. Okay, you can create a package here, right? Right click new package. If I don't create this package and directly create the class directly under the SRC folder, then Eclipse IDE will take care of this. It will handle this situation by creating a default package. So there is no way that you cannot there is no way that you can create a class without a package. Okay, even though you don't create any package here, Eclipse IDE will create a package, guys. That package is known as default package. Let me show you practically what will happen if I don't create a package and try to directly create a class here. Right click on this SRC folder and select new and select class, and let's say I will name this class as demo class. You see, before I create this class, as you can see under SRC folder, there is no package, guys. I didn't create any package here. After creating this class and clicking on finish, you see immediately you got this default package. This default package will be created automatically by Eclipse IDE, guys. If you don't create a package under SRC and then create a class, then if you directly try to create a class under the SRC folder, Eclipse IDE will create this default package. That means in Eclipse IDE, in Java projects, you cannot create a class without any package. Okay, either Eclipse IDE will create or you have to create. Only two options. What if other case is where we create the project? For example, we create another Java project here. I will say this project as my second Java project like this. Okay, and click on finish. And under SRC, if I manually create a package, let's say I'll call this package as first pack. Okay, first pack, and click on finish. Here, I manually created a package, guys. In earlier example, in the earlier project, I didn't create any project. I didn't create any package. I directly tried to create a class. So Eclipse IDE has automatically created this default package, and this demo.java class which I created was placed under this default package, which is automatically created by Eclipse IDE. But in the second project, I manually created this first project. Right? I right clicked and select new package and then gave this name first pack. Here, I created the package, and under this project, under this package, if I select new class and call it demo, you see this time Eclipse IDE will not create any default package. Okay, Eclipse IDE will only create the default package when you don't create any package under the Java projects. Okay, so this is how, guys, Eclipse IDE will handle the packages when you work with Java projects. So this is all about this, guys, this topic, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain different types of packages. Okay, different type of packages in Java I will explain as part of the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 145 of Java for Tester series, that is types of packages. Types of packages. There are two types of packages in Java, guys. There are two types of packages in Java. One is inbuilt packages, and other one is user defined packages. Like this, there are two types of packages in Java, guys. One of them is inbuilt packages, another type is user defined packages. So what are inbuilt packages? What are inbuilt packages? Inbuilt packages are the packages which come by default or inbuilt with Java software. Okay, packages which come by default or inbuilt with Java software are known as inbuilt packages. Okay. So let me show you. Let me show you how this package will look like. Okay. So let's let's Google search, guys. Let's Google search for Java 8 API, and it will take you to the API documentation page of Java. Okay. When it takes to the API documentation page of Java, okay, all the things that you see are the predefined or inbuilt stuff, guys. Okay. Whatever the things that you see on this API documentation page of Java are the inbuilt or predefined stuff, right? As you can see on the left side, there is something known as packages here. So there are a lot of packages here. As you can see, there are different packages. Okay, from starting from here to here, there are different packages. All these packages are inbuilt packages of Java, guys. Okay, we have not created them. The developers behind developing the Java code have created this package for organizing such kind of code. Okay, that they have developed and released as part of Java software. To develop this Java software, okay, developers have to organize their code. Okay, in order to organize the code, which consists of classes and other stuff in Java. Okay, so they have used packages. Okay, developers of Java has also used packages for organizing their Java software developed code. Okay, these are inbuilt packages of Java, guys. Okay, you have not created them. Java developers have provided them as part of the Java software. But coming to the other type, okay, we have user-defined packages. So whatever the packages I have shown you just now on the Java 8 API page are inbuilt packages. But on the other side, we have other type of packages known as user-defined packages, which you are going to create it. Packages that you manually create while working in Java projects. Okay, packages that you manually create while working in Java projects are known as user-defined packages. That is, let me show you practically. Let's create a Java project, guys. Okay, expand this Java and then select this Java project. Click on next and give some name. My Java project. This is a project name for this Java project, and click on finish. And expand this Java project, and then SRC folder is there. Right click on SRC folder, select new and select package. Here you are creating the package, guys. Okay, this package is being created by you. You can name this package with any name. Like let's say I will create this first package. Okay, I name this as first package and click on finish. So here this package is created by me. Okay, this package is created by me. So here user has created the package. We call this packages as user defined packages. But inbuilt packages are the packages which come by default with Java software. Developers of Java has provided these packages. Okay, and and you can see all these packages in the API documentation page of Java. Okay, as I have already shown you in this video session. Okay, those are inbuilt packages, and if you create the packages, they are known as user-defined packages. Fine. So these are the two types of packages we have in Java, guys. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain creating parent and child or sub packages in Java. How to create, okay, parent and child. So far, guys, whatever the package I created here is a only parent package. Okay, only a single package I created. So under this package, I can create another child package. Like that, I can create multiple child projects under these packages. Okay, such concept I'm going to explain in the next video session, guys, where I will show you how to create parent and child packages. Okay, how can this hierarchy be possible? All those things I'll explain as part of the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 146 of Java for Tester series, that is parent and child packages. Parent and child packages in Java. Okay. So in Java, we can create package, guys. Okay. In one of the Java project, let's say there is a Java project, guys. In this Java project, you can create a package, which I already showed you in one of the previous videos, how to create a package, right? To this package, you can create a child package. Okay. Under this package, you can create a child package. And under this child package, again, you can create another child package. Okay, you can call it grandchild package. Okay, like this. Okay, package under package under package. This kind of structure you can create in Java projects, guys. But how to represent, how this package parent package and child package and grandchild package representation will be there in Java. Okay, so generally they will be represented like this, guys. Okay, parent package, child package, grandchild package, like this. Okay, they are separated by dot, guys. As you can see, this is the child package of the parent package here. Okay, it's separated by dot. Okay, this is the parent package, and after dot, this will be the child package of this parent package, and another dot is there. That means this is the child package of this package. Okay, like that, guys. So you can create any levels of packages. Okay, you can create one more package also here. Okay, some X package also you can create. Okay, the list goes on. So here this is a child of this package, this is a child of this package, this is a child of this package. Like that we can create packages in Java, guys, and their representation is something like this. Okay, the package representation will be something like this. Let me show you practically. Okay, so after I show you practically, you will understand this dot and all. Okay, fine. Let me delete this project. Let me create a fresh project, guys, here. So file, new project. I'll select a Java project, click on next, and here I will give some name like my Java project. Okay, give any name, you can give any name. I'm just giving my Java project. Under this project, under SRC, right click on SRC and say new. I'm creating a package, guys. Okay, so I'll give something like some name. I will give one pack. Okay, or that will be fine. Okay, so one pack, finish. I'll create another package here. I'll call this two pack. Okay, multiple projects I am creating under this SRC, guys. One pack, two pack, second package. Now another package I am creating, that is third package. Okay, all these packages are at the same level, guys. Okay, 1, 2, 3 are at the same level. Okay, here one is at the same level of 2 and 2 is at the same level of 3. Okay, they are not child or parent packages. These are normal packages at the same level. Now under one pack I want to create a child pack, guys. Okay, so I want to make this one pack a parent pack of a child pack. Okay, so how to do that? Right click on this one pack. Under this one pack, let me create another package. Okay, so when I right click on this one of the package here and say new package, it will display something like this, guys. You see, by default one pack is coming. Okay, whatever the pack is, right click and that is coming, guys. We have to simply say dot. Let's say I want to add a pack. Okay, so this a pack I want to add as a child pack of this one pack. Now one pack will become the parent pack and a pack will become the child pack, like that. Okay, click on finish. Fine. Now under two pack also, and one more thing. Okay, under one pack I want to add one more child pack. Here one child pack I already added. Under one pack I already added a pack as one child pack of one pack. Okay, now under same one pack I want to add another child pack, that is B pack. Let's say right click on this one pack, say new, say package. Under this one pack I'll add one more child pack, that is B pack. Okay, like this. Finish. Okay, so guys, so this is a one of the view. You're not able to understand here, right? We're not able to understand the packages here. Let's see the same representation in the hierarchical view. Okay, how to view these packages in a proper view. So there is a drop down kind of view menu kind of thing is there. Just select this view menu, this triangle icon here, and say package presentation. This presentation is like flat presentation for now. Okay, just select hierarchical presentation. Now you will understand, guys. Okay, at same level 1, 2, 3 are there packages. Okay, when you expand one, you see there are two child packages. Under one pack we have a pack and B pack. This is the hierarchical view, guys. Okay, you have to select this package presentation hierarchical, then you will be able to uh, properly work with the child and parent packages now, right? One pack, under one pack we have a pack, B pack. Okay, so now under two pack also I want to add few child packages. Okay, two pack, right click new package. Okay, two pack dot, how to create child packages, we have to say dot x pack. Okay, when I click finish, you see two pack dot xpack is coming. Again, right click on the same two pack dot xpack, guys. Okay, right click on the same thing and say new package. Here, instead of xpack, give some ypack, another package you are creating. Okay, two pack dot ypack. Click on finish. You see, under two pack we have two packages now, xpack and ypack. Like this, we have to create sub packages, guys. Under xpack, let's create another. Okay, two pack is the parent of xpack, and xpack I want to make it a parent of another sub package or sub package or child package. Okay, right click new package. Okay, So expack dot 2pack dot expack dot. Okay. So let me give something like ypack, not ypack. Ypack is already there. So apack is also there. So mpack, I will give mpack. Okay. Mpack I will give here. And again, I will right click on the same expack and new package. This time instead of I'll give .npack. Okay. So under expack we have mpack, npack. Like this, you can create any number of child packages. Package. It's under expack I will create opack. Okay. So guys, like this guys, we can create parent and child packages in Java guys. Okay. So you see at a high level, under SRC we have 3 packages, 1 pack, 2 pack and 3 pack. Under 1 pack we have 2 child packages, that is A pack and B pack. Under 2 pack we have 2 child packages. 2 pack has 2 child packages, X pack and Y pack. Under X pack again we have 3 more child packages, M pack, N pack, O pack. Okay. So if you see all these things in a normal view like this, instead of hierarchical, if you see in the flat view, you see dot will be there guys, dot dot. Okay. You see dot kind of representation will be there. Okay. And if you really want to view in hierarchical, you can view like that. Okay. So how the packages are represented in Java guys, using this dot. Okay. If you are viewing this thing in the Eclipse ID in flat view, you will see the dot here guys. Okay. So all these packages are here. All the packages that I explained here are what packages guys? User defined packages. Okay. We created them. Okay. We as a user has created them. Say they are user defined packages. So is this role of parent package and child package only for the user defined packages? Is the role of this parent and child packages, or okay, this kind of structure is only for user defined, or it's also for the inbuilt packages? Inbuilt packages of Java also. It also applies for the inbuilt packages of Java guys. Okay. So even the inbuilt packages of Java are represented in parent and child or subchild package formats. Okay. So let me show you. Okay. Let me show you how the built-in packages of the Java are represented. So for that, we'll go to the Java 8 API. Click on this link, Java API overview link. It will take you to the API doc of this Java. Okay. As you can see, when after going to this page, as you can see on the left side, there are packages, guys. Okay. The packages, and as you can see, there are different packages, and you see what is the representation, guys? Dot is there. Java.applet, Java.awt, Java.awt.color. So dot means AWT is the child of the Java. Here color is the child of the AWT. Like that is. Okay. So if I have to create a hierarchy for this, okay. So at a high level, I can create such kind of hierarchy here. Okay. You see, Java is a parent package here. Okay. Under Java parent package, we have different packages like applet, AWT and all. Okay. So Java is one of the parent packages in the inbuilt packages in Java. So apart from Java, we also have, after a while we got Java X. Okay. After Java, we have Java X. You see Java X as a parent package. Java X. And then we have, apart from Java X, we have org. Okay. Org. So 3 high level packages are there in inbuilt packages in Java guys. That is Java, Java X and org. Under Java, we have sub packages or child packages. That is under Java, we have applet, AWT. Okay. Under Java, we have applet package, which is a child package of the Java package. Okay. And we have AWT. You don't have to represent everything guys. I'm just showing you how they are organized. Okay. How the Java development is organized using these packages. Let me show you. Okay. So a lot of things are there for AWT guys. Then we have beans, IO, lang. Okay. I'll take few things. Okay. From Java. Beans, IO. Then we have, here we have, after IO we have language, LANG, math is there, language is there, lot of things are there. Okay. LANG. Like that, many packages are there under the Java package. All these packages are sub packages or child package of this Java package. Okay. And similarly, JavaX also has the same thing. JavaX also has a different sub packages. You see, JavaX has a different sub accessibility, activation, activity, all those things. Okay, crypto. Let's check few things like crypto is one of the sub package or child package of this JavaX. Okay, crypto. Then we have different packages. So lot of packages are there here. Okay, so here we have JWS is there. Okay, I'm taking only few. I'm not taking everything. Okay, JWS like this. This org also has some child packages here. Org has OMG package as child package. Okay, then org dot W3C is there, XML is there. Okay, org dot XML, org dot W3C, XML, W3C. Like this. Here, these are the Java, JavaX, and org are the parent packages, and in inbuilt parent packages in Java, and this language applet, AWT, beans, IO are the child packages like this. Okay, crypto, JWS are child packages of JavaX, OMG, XML, W3C are the child packages of the ORG, and under them, under AWT again we have the child packages. Guys, AWT we have color, D&D event like that. Okay, if I take one of the child class of this Java, that is AWT, under that we have another child classes like right, color. Color is one of the child packages of the AWT. Okay, color we have, event we have, font we have. Okay, so this is the style, guys. Okay, so inbuilt Java packages also represented in parent, child, and grandchild kind of packages. Okay, they go, list goes on, package hierarchy goes on. So packages in Java can be represented in both parent and child packages. Both user-defined packages and inbuilt packages of Java can be represented in, are already represented in parent and child package format, guys. Okay, as you can see these things here. So this is all about the parent and child packages in Java, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain packages and their workspace representation. Okay, though we are creating this kind of packages, okay, though we are creating this kind of packages at the project level in Eclipse IDE, how these packages are represented in your computer. Okay, where this project is stored in your machine, some a place known as workspace. Okay, a place where this project is stored is nothing but a workspace in your computer, guys. So at that workspace, how these packages are being stored, okay, in what format these packages are being stored. To understand that, I'll be explaining all those details in the next video session, guys, where I will be explaining packages and their workspace representation. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 147 of Java for Tester series, that is packages and their workspace representation. Okay, so let me create a project here, guys, to demonstrate the packages creation and to show you how they will be represented in the workspace. Let me create a project in Eclipse IDE. File, new, select this project, and in this expand this Java and select Java project. Let's create a project, guys, and in this project let's create some packages. Okay, so let's give some project name like my Java project. Okay, and once you are done, click on finish. A project got created, guys. Okay, so before I create anything, before I create any package under this project, okay, this is a basic project I created, guys, basic Java project I created. So let's see how this project looks in our workspace. Okay, in our computer at one particular location, this project got saved, right? In my computer, this project got saved. Okay, that place is known as workspace, guys. The place where this Java project got saved in my computer machine is known as workspace. This is actually, we are able to view this project in our Eclipse view, right? But this project actually got saved in our computer workspace. So let's go to that place where this project got saved, that is workspace. Okay, so to know the place where this project got saved, we have to right click on this project, guys, and select properties, and you will see this. Okay, this is a place in D drive in my computer machine, in D drive at workspace folder location. Okay, at this is a workspace location, guys. In this workspace location, my project is getting saved. Okay, my Java project is getting saved. So either you can click on this, okay, or you can browse it manually. Okay, you can open the folder and go to in D drive, right? I have to go to D drive, and here we have workspace folder. Okay, this is the location, guys. As you can see here, workspace folder is the folder. Okay, inside the D drive, workspace folder. You have to open that. You see, this is the project that got saved here. Okay, my Java project. So whenever you create a Java project with this project name, my Java project name, okay, a folder will be created, guys. So what will be there inside this my Java project folder? Inside this my Java project folder, we will be having SRC folder. Okay, if I open this, you will see the SRC folder like this. Okay, apart from SRC folder, we'll have B9 settings. Okay, fine. Under SRC folder, if you go inside the SRC folder, there is nothing here, guys. Okay, there is nothing mentioned here, right? There's nothing mentioned here. So what we can do? So what if I create a package here? Okay, before I create a package, so my Java project is a folder. Okay, the project name is a folder here, and inside that SRC is again a folder, and inside SRC there is nothing, right? Let's close this. Now, guys, let me create a package under SRC. Okay, right click, new package. I'll name this as pack1, package1. Okay, name of the package I gave as pack1. Click on finish. Okay, click on finish. Package got created. Under this package, let me create a class. I will call this class as one class. Okay, and click on finish. So now we have a project. Under the project, we have SRC folder. Under SRC folder, we have a package named package1, and under that pack1, we have this one class, right? So how this package will be represented in my workspace? Okay, this project name got represented as a folder, and SRC also got represented as a folder. So how this pack1 package will be represented? Even pack1, the package will also be represented as a folder, guys. Okay, whenever you create a project package in the project, that will be represented as a folder in the workspace, guys. Let's see whether it got represented in same. Right click on the project name, say properties. This is a place at which the project got saved. So click on this show in system explorer option, guys. It will directly take you to the project folder. Okay, you see this is a project in the workspace folder in my D drive, my Java project. Open this, you'll see the SRC folder. Earlier under SRC folder there was nothing, guys. Now if you open it, you will see a folder, that is pack1. Pack1 is a package here. Okay, pack1 is a package here. I created a package in Eclipse ID like this, and that's the Java project that is being represented as a folder in my workspace, right? The project workspace, the package that I created in the Eclipse ID is getting represented as a folder, guys. So what is the answer, guys? For packages and their workspace representation, what is the answer? Packages will be represented as folders in our workspace. Okay, packages will be represented as folders in our workspace. No matter how many packages you create, all the packages will be represented as folders in our workspace, guys. Okay, so under this folder we have the class. Okay, Java file name, one class.java file. Okay, one class.java file. Fine. Now next thing is let me create another package. Okay, I will create multiple packages, guys. Now, okay, let's say pack2. Okay, pack2, and under this pack2, I'll create another sub pack. Okay, sub package. As I explained in the previous video, I can create sub packages. How to create sub packages, guys? You have to say dot apack. Okay, dot apack. Finish. Now right click, new pack. So say dot bpack. Okay, finish. Two packages I created. Under pack2, I created two packages, apack and bpack. Fine. So under apack, I will create one class. I'll call this as a class and finish. And here under bpack also, I will create one class. Okay. It's up to you whether you want to create a class or not here. Okay. I'm just creating it casually. So now this is the project folder. Under SRC folder, we have three packages, guys. At a high level, we have two packages, pack1 and pack2. So let's see how they got represented. Okay, right click, properties, go directly here. Under under SRC folder, we have two packages, because in here also, in Eclipse also, we have two packages at a high level, right? So here also under SRC, we have two folders. Each and pack1 folder is for this pack1 package, pack2 folder is for pack2 package. And under pack1, we only have the class case, okay? So under pack1, we only have the class. There is nothing more than this. Only class file is there, Java file is there. Again, if you come back to the SRC folder, we have these two folders, pack1 and pack2. Under pack2, we have sub packages or child packages, A pack and B pack. So let's go there. Under pack2, you see, we don't have these classes directly under the pack2, guys. These classes are under the child packages of the pack2. That is A pack and B pack. Open the A pack, you will see the class. Open the B pack, you will see the class. Okay, like this. Okay, fine. So that's fine. No matter how many packages you create, okay, no matter how many packages you create, they will be represented as folders. If you create child packages, they will be represented as the child folders of this pack2 folders. Here under pack2 we have A pack and B pack. Okay, under pack2 folder we have A pack and B pack folders. You see, B pack is under pack2 folder. Even A pack is also under the pack2 folder. So if you create child packages, here in the workspace, child folders will be created, guys. Okay, folders under folders will be created. So that's fine. Now I'll show you something where what will happen if you create a project. Okay, if you create a project, my second Java project. Okay, create a project like this. Click on finish, and I don't create any package here. Okay, and directly create a class. I'll call this class as demo class and click on finish. Java will create a default package, right? My question here is, will this default package will be represented as a folder in the workspace or not is a question. Okay, here in the second Java project, I didn't create any package. I directly created a class under the SRC folder, but what Eclipse IDE is doing is, it is automatically creating a default package. Will this default package will be represented as a folder in my workspace or not? What is the answer, guys? The answer is no, guys. Okay, nothing will be created, guys. No folder will be created. Okay, let me show you practically. Let's go to this second project, say properties, go to this workspace location where the project is available, and this is the project which is there in the workspace folder of this data, like D drive. Okay, if you open this under SRC, I didn't create any package, guys. By default, this only default package is there, that too created by Eclipse IDE. Will that be represented as a folder? The answer was no, right? If I open this SRC, you will not see any folder. Okay, you are directly seeing the demo class, demo.java. Okay, here default package is not represented as a folder, guys. Okay, only the packages that you create manually like this, right click on the SRC folder, new package, that packages only will be represented as the folders in the workspace, guys. Okay, the default package won't be represented. So guys, that's all about the packages and their workspace representation. In the packages, as explained, will be represented as folders in our workspace. Okay, it may be parent packages or child packages. All the packages will be represented as folders in our workspace. Okay, that too in our computer machine. Okay, in the workspace location. So that's it about these packages and their workspace representation, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain packages and their naming conventions. Okay, how to name the packages, how to follow the naming conventions for the while creating the packages is the next topic for that will be explained in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 148 of Java for Tester series, that is packages and their naming conventions. Packages and naming conventions. What does this mean? So we generally create packages in the Java projects, guys. Okay, packages will be created under the Java projects, but there are few rules for naming them. Okay, you are creating the packages under the Java projects, but there are few rules for naming them. The first rule is Rule 1 is all the packages should be in lowercase. Okay, lowercase letters. All the package names should be in lowercase, irrespective of the number of words. For example, so package. Okay, some package name. Let's say if you have given some package as 1. Okay, everything is in small letter. For example, you have given another package name 1, 2. This is not correct, guys. We have to give everything in small. Even though 1 and 2 are different words, you have to give the package name as 1, 2 only. Okay, everything should be in small letters. Few examples we have is package 1. Okay, you should not make this camel case, guys. This is camel case. Okay, we should not write the package names in camel case. We should write the package names in small case. Complete small case we have to write package 1. Okay, a package. You see here a is one different thing and package is another one. You should not make p big because everything in package should be in small letter. Okay, irrespective of the number of words. 1, 2, 3. Let's say this is the name of the package. Okay, you see in this there are 4 words. You can see that 1, 2, 3, 4 are 4 words, but you have to give everything in small letters, guys. Okay, every letter should be in small letter. That's the thing. That's the first rule, guys. Okay, every letter in the package name should be in small letter irrespective of their words. Second rule is, suppose you're working on some application, guys. You are testing, you are creating a Java project for automating some application, say Facebook.com. Okay, Facebook.com is a page, let's say. Okay, so this Facebook application has a domain name known as Facebook.com. So in this case, how the packages should be created, guys? We should not give random package names like 1 or 1, 2, something like that. That is not correct. We should follow some naming rules. That is, if the domain name is Facebook.com, you have to create a package known as com first. Okay, in the project, you have to create the package known as com. At the high level com should be there. Under com package, a child package known as this Facebook should be there. After com, Facebook. Okay, name of the project should be there. That is com.facebook. Then, if you want to create any other package, then that should come here. For example, this pack 1, my pack, anything. Okay, my pack, com.facebook. Here, com is the parent package, child package, and my pack is the child of the child package. Like this. Okay, few examples we have is Facebook dot, okay, base, something like. A lot of examples can be given, guys. For example, if your domain is not facebook.com, if your domain is like amazon.in, okay, different websites have different domain names like this. Okay, if your extension is like amazon.in, in this case, how you will create the packages, guys? You have to give in dot, in is a parent package, then amazon dot my pack or whatever the package names. Okay, like this, guys. Like this, based on the domain name, we have to name our packages. Okay, that happens in the real time, guys. Okay, this happens in the real time according to the rules. All the letters in the package name should be in small letter irrespective of the number of words in the same package name. And second rule is, if you have a particular domain for the application you are testing or automating, if you have to create a project for that, in that project the package name should be based on the domain names like com.facebook.mypack, com.facebook.base, com.facebook.test. Okay, anything, it can be anything. com.facebook.test. Okay, like this. So it can be anything. Fine. Amazon.in means in.amazon.mypack or in.amazon.base or in.amazon.test, in.amazon.dev, whatever package names you can give. So these are the 2 rules, guys. Let me show you practically these 2 rules. Let me create a Java project in my Eclipse ID project and expand this Java and select this Java project and give some project name like Facebook. If you are working on Facebook application, just click on, give on this Facebook name and click on finish. And under this SRC, first thing I have to give. For example, I am working on the facebook.com. Okay, let's say this is a facebook.com. Okay, this is a facebook.com page. And if I have to work on this application, so how to design the package names? First, I have to give this domain name. From the domain names, I have to take this com and create the package name called com first. Okay, com. Click on finish. Once that is created, done. Then Facebook is the next child package. Under com package, we have to create a child package known as Facebook. Right click new package. How to create child packages, guys? You have to say com.facebook. In Java, if you have to, in Eclipse ID, if you have to create, or in Java, if you have to create the package child packages, you have to say .facebook. Okay, com.facebook. Here Facebook will become the child package of the com parent package. Click on finish. Okay. Then under Facebook, if you want to create any other package that you want, let's say I want to create my package. Okay, my package or my pack, anything, you can give any name here. Finish. Okay, done. See, my pack is a child package of Facebook pack. Facebook package is a child package of the com parent pack. Okay. Again, right click new package. Other than my pack, I will give something like a pack. Okay. Facebook.apack. You see, com.facebook is a like Facebook is a parent of this a pack and my pack, and com is a parent of Facebook pack. Okay, like that. Now, like this, you can create any number of packages here. Okay. Under this, again, you can create some child packages also if you want. apack.xpack. Okay. mypack.bpack. Here apack dot some upack finish. Like this, guys, you can create a hierarchy, but here based on the domain name you have to create. And as you can see, every letter is in small letter. All the package names are in small letter. Com is in small, Facebook is in small, apack is in small, upack, xpack, mypack, bpack, everything is small. And that too, we are following the domain representation. Okay. Com.facebook. If you are working on the application known as facebook.com, you have to give the package name as com.facebook. So this is how, guys, we have to name our packages in Java, guys. So that's it. The next video session, I'll explain how to import packages in Java. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 149 of Java for Tester series. That is importing user-defined packages. So importing user-defined packages. As explained in one of the previous videos, packages in Java can be categorized into two types. One is user-defined packages. Okay. One is user-defined packages. Other one is inbuilt packages. So packages in Java can be categorized into two types, that is user-defined and inbuilt. Okay. So in this video session, I'm going to explain how to import these user-defined packages. Okay. In the next video, I'll explain how to import inbuilt packages. In the current video session, I'm going to explain how to import these user-defined packages. So let me practically demonstrate this, guys. Okay. How to import the user-defined packages. Let me practically demonstrate in this video session. So let's open this Eclipse IDE and let's create a new project, guys. New Java project, file, new. Select this project option, and under Java, just select this Java project and click on next. Here in the project name, give some project name, say, let's give as Facebook, guys. Okay, let's give the project name as Facebook and click on finish. You see the Facebook project got created here. And now expand this Facebook project. You will see this SRC folder. Right click on this SRC folder and say new and create a package, guys. So name this package as login pack. Okay. Name this package as login pack. Click on finish. Now create a class under this login pack, guys. Right click new, create a class and name this class as login. Okay. Name this class as login, guys. And click on finish. Okay. So this login class, which is under this login pack. Okay. This login class, which is under this login package, got created here. And inside this login class, let me create some properties like variables and methods inside this class. Okay. Let's create some related variables like string username, and other one is string password. Okay. For login, we generally require username and password, right? So I'm just taking those property values as variables as string username and string password. And I'll create a method here, guys. Public void login here. Okay. Login here. So inside this method, I will simply write down a normal print statement saying system.out.println login successful. Okay. So if this method is executed, it will print login successful message. Like that, guys. As a sample, under this login class, I created some properties, that is variables and methods. Okay. These are the two variables I created and this is a method. Okay. Fine. Now the next thing here is this login class is done. Let's create another class, guys. Let's call this class as logout class. Okay. I'm creating a logout class under the login pack. Click on finish. So this is a logout class, and inside this logout class, I will create a variable. Here also I'll create some properties and methods. Okay, properties, variables and methods. We generally call variables and methods as properties, guys. Okay. So here variables, let me create a variable, say session time. Okay, the complete session time, how much it took before logout. Okay, kind of. Now create a method public void logout here. Okay, it's a method. So all user-defined methods, guys. Okay, whatever I'm writing here is user-defined classes, user-defined methods, user-defined packages, and all. Okay, they're not predefined anywhere. So now here system.out.println, I'll say logout successful. Okay, if this method is executed, it will print logout successful. That's it. Okay. Now, what I want to do here is, I would like to generally, guys, in order to log out. Okay, in order to log out, we have to first log in, right? So if I call this method, okay, it will log out. Fine. But before logging out, we have to log in, right? So instead of creating a login method inside this logout class, what I want to do is I want to access this login method here. Okay. Along with this properties, I want to access all these things inside this method. How to do that, guys? Can I directly call this login here method from here? Can I directly call? If I call login here method, just understand, guys, these two classes are under the same package, right? This login class is under the same login pack and logout class is also under the same login pack, right? In this kind of situation, if I want to, okay, from logout class, from one of the methods inside this logout class, I want to call this login method. Generally, if these two methods are in the same class, you can directly call it, right? Like this login here. This is the method calling statement, but this will not work, guys, because login is one class and logout is different class. Even though they are in the same package, these two classes are different. Since there are these are two different classes, how to access, guys? Any guesses, guys? Any guesses on how to access this login here method which belongs to the login class? Here, I want to access inside the logout class. I want to access login here method of login class. Okay. Here login, this method is in a different class, and from where we want to access, this is a different class. So how to solve this problem? Over the mouse, it says the method is undefined for the type logout. Okay. So there, it cannot access. It is saying simply it's saying that create a method. It's saying even though we already created a method login here method in the login class, from logout class, if I try to call this login here method of the login class, it's saying create it. It's not there. You have, if you want to call, create it in the logout class. Here it wants us to create here. I don't want to create. I don't want to duplicate this class in the logout class again. Still, I want access from this class. Okay. For that, guys, the solution is we have to create an object for this login class. Then only we can access. Okay. We cannot directly call the methods in a different class, guys. Whenever you want to call a method from a different class, you have to create an object for that class and then access that method or properties. These properties are methods if you want to access. Okay. These properties if you want to access from a different class, then you have to create an object for the class in which these properties are available and then access it. Right. That's how the things work in Java, guys. You cannot directly call the methods from different classes. Okay, that's not possible. We have to create objects. So let's create an object to solve this problem. So how to create an object for the login class, guys? You remember, right? How to create an object for the any class in Java? Simply you have to say login. I'll give you can simply say login, guys. Okay, this is an object, guys. Okay, login object. This is object. Okay, this is an object reference. You can say login is a class. This is object reference is equal to new login. The constructor is there. This constructor will be empty because I don't have to give any constructor here. Okay. So login is equal to new login. Okay. This is object reference. I create an object, guys. Now how to access this properties? How to access this properties, guys? Let's say I want to access this username, password, and login here. So first I want to access this username, guys. Okay. Let's try login dot. Okay. Login dot username. Okay. Login dot username is equal to, I have to give some name. I'll give some name as Arun, guys. Okay. And login dot password. I'm able to access, guys. You see, after creating an object for this login class, I'm able to access everything. Login dot password is equal to some dummy. Okay. Like this. Then I want to call this login here method. Login dot login. This login dot login. I'm using this object reference to access its properties of the different class guys. Okay, that is variables and methods of the other class. If I have to access, I have to use the object reference of the this object that I created here. Login dot login. Here is a method. Like this, I have to access guys. You see, now the login is done. Login with this username and password is done. Now logout is also done. Okay, login is done and logout is also done. So here, did you import anything guys? Did I import anything here? I created an object for the login class. Did I import this login class? Or did I import any package here? No, because these two classes are from the same package. You don't have to import anything. Okay, here you don't have to import any packages here because this login class and logout class are from the same package. Simply you need to create an object and access guys. Okay, you don't have to import anything. Fine. So far so good guys. Right click new, right click on this SRC and create a new package now. I'm creating a different package. So far we only have one package, that is login pack. Now we are going to have some, in Facebook we can post some articles, right? Post some text or photos we can post, okay, videos we can post and all, right? So let's say there is a functionality we want to put under the post package. So I'll say post pack, okay, click on finish. Let's create a new class under this and name this class as post text. Okay, I want to post this class will post text, let's say. Okay, click on finish. A class with the name post text got created. So I will say string the text we want to post, and I will create a method here, guys. Public void post here. Okay, post here is a method name. All are user defined things here. Okay, so here, guys. So in order to post, what I have to do first, guys, I have to first log in, right? Before posting, I have to first log into Facebook. Then post, I want to log out. Okay, I want to do 3 steps here. First, I want to log in, then post text, then log out. Let's say this kind of code I have to write inside this post here method. So in order to log in, guys, in order to log in, do I have to create a method, login here method? I don't have to create because it's already there in the login class. This login here method is already there in the login class. I don't want to create it again. Okay, then how then? How then? So the solution I already told you guys, right? Since this login here method is in a login class, these properties are there inside the login class, which is a different class from the post text class. What I have to do, guys? The same thing that we did in the logout class. That is, we have to create an object, and using the object reference, we have to access this properties, variables and methods. Same thing we have to do. Let's try and see what will happen. The only difference between this logout class and this post text is that here login and logout are from the same package, but post text is from a different package, that is post pack. Okay. So let's try it still. Let's create an object for the login class. Login is equal to new login. When I create an object for the login class, earlier I didn't get any errors. When I created this object in the logout class, which is in the same package, I didn't get any errors. Directly it got created, right? But here, when I try to create an object for the login class, it gives me some errors, guys. Okay, some compiler errors are coming here, guys. When you hover the mouse, you see it's asking you to import. Import this login class from which package? Login package. Why it's saying so? Because this post text is in a different package and login class in a different package. So if you want to access some properties of this login class, you have to create an object for this login class and import this login class from the login pack. Then only you can use it in the different package. You are getting my point, right? This post text class is in a different package from the login pack, guys. If you still want to access, okay, you still want to access this properties of this login class, first you need to create an object for the login class and you need to import this login class from the login pack. Then only you will be able to access. Okay, outside the package you have to import, guys. Okay, you have to import this class from this package. So how to import? Over the mouse and say import login class from this login pack. This is a package name and this is a class name. Okay, let's click. You see, when I selected that, the error got resolved, and also there is an import statement got added by Java, guys, automatically. This Eclipse ID is adding this import statement here. Import package name dot class name. Okay, once you import this class name from this different package name, that is login pack, the errors got resolved. Now you can access login dot. I'm not able to access username still. Okay, I can access login here method though. Okay, I'm able to access the login here method, guys. In login class, we have login here method, but I'm not able to access username and password. There is a problem here. Okay. So another problem here is only few properties I'm able to access, guys. Only this login here method I'm able to access, but I'm not able to access this variables from this login class. Why? There is some difference between these variables and this method, guys. If you clearly observe, this login here method is provided with public access specifier, whereas this username and password are not specified with public. They are default specifier. Okay, if you don't specify anything, they will become default. I'll explain about this access specifiers in the upcoming videos, guys. But for now, to get on this situation, you have to make this public, guys. Okay, it will solve the problem. Outside the outside the package, outside the package, if you want to access these properties, okay, they have to be public, guys. Then only you can access. Otherwise, you cannot access. Okay. More rules about this access specifiers I'll explain in the upcoming videos. For now, this post text is in a package which is outside this package. Okay, this is a different package. We have this class outside this login pack. So in order to access the properties, all these properties should be public type, guys. Okay, public access specifier type. Fine. So for that reason, we are able to only access login here, guys. Despite of importing, despite of creating an object, also we are not able to use this username and password because they are not public type. Okay, you have to make them public here. So now here, guys, if I say login dot, now you'll get. Okay, within the package you don't have it. Within the package, this username and password don't have to be public, guys. You are able to access it. But if you are accessing from outside the package, then you have to make them public. Then only you can access. Okay, that's kind of rule, guys, in Java, which I will be clearly explaining in the upcoming videos. Okay, for now, just blindly follow this. Okay, password is equal to some dummy I will give. Okay, so here, then after username password given, then I have logged in here. The login is done, guys. I have to post it, right? I have to post some text in the Facebook. So I will say posting successful. Simple text I will give. I don't write much code here. Then we have to log out, guys. What I have to do in order to log out, guys? Do I have to create a method for logout here? I don't want to create because it's already created in the logout class here. Logout.java, it's already there. Logout in logout.java, this logout here method is already there, having this code. Okay, I don't want to log out again. So how to do that? For that, guys, same thing that I did with the login class. I have to create an object for the logout class here. Okay, so let me create logout. Logout is equal to new logout. If I do so, I will get compiler error again. Because why guys? Why I'm getting this compiler error? Because this post text is outside this login tag in which this logout class is there. Okay, this post text class is in a different package called post pack, whereas logout class is in a different pack known as login pack. Since they are in both the different packages, in order to access something outside the package, you have to import that class. Okay, import that class from this login pack. Then only I can use the properties of this class. Okay, if you import this class, which is outside this package, from that package, then only you can access the properties of that class, guys. Okay, since logout class is outside the package of this post text package, so you have to first import this class from the login pack, then only you can use it. So hover the mouse on the logout and say import logout. Okay, simply say import logout, guys. You see, import this additional import statement. Earlier for login, this first import statement got added, import login class from the login package. Okay, now here when I selected to import this logout also, another import statement got added saying import logout class from the login pack. This logout class I am importing from the login pack. Okay, since this is in a different package, I have to import it. Then only this error will be resolved. So this is how, guys, we have to import user defined packages. Okay, we have to import this user defined packages. Then only we can use this properties of those classes which are outside the package. Now if I say logout dot, okay, logout here I will say for now. Okay, logout here. So logout will happen. Let's say done. So guys, that's good. Okay, that's good. Here, how many import statements came, guys? How many import statements came? 2 import statements. For each and every class, I imported one time, right? If I have to use the properties of the variables and methods of this login class, I have to create an object for this login class and then import the package in which this login class is available by writing import login pack.login class, right? This I have to import. And for logout pack, I have to import it for the second time. So I have to import the logout class from the login pack using this import login pack.logout statement. I don't want to write this many because these 2 classes, that is login class, logout class, belong to the same package. Why I have to import twice? How to overcome this problem? Okay, if simply what we can do, guys, instead of importing it multiple times, simply, okay, remove one of them and say instead of this login, instead of providing some class name here, just provide asterisk symbol here. Okay, import login package dot asterisk means all classes under the login pack. Okay, import everything from the login pack. Since everything, that means all classes login logout have been imported from the, okay, this login pack. You don't have to import multiple times. Okay, you don't have to import multiple times. So if you are working with a package, if you are working with different classes under the same package, you don't have to write separate import statements for each and every class in that package. Okay, you don't have to import each and every class from that package. Simply provide asterisk symbol, guys. At a go, all the classes under this single package will be imported. Login pack dot asterisk means all the classes, import all the classes from this login pack. Okay, so you don't have to import multiple times or multiple classes which are in the different package. So these are the two ways, guys, to import. Okay, these are the two ways to import the classes from a different package. That is either by importing the specific classes, that is import login pack dot login and import login pack dot logout. This is one way. And second way is that you can import all the classes at a go from a single package, like import login pack dot asterisk symbol will import all the classes from the single package. So these are the two ways for importing the packages in Java. And this is how we can import the user-defined packages in Java, guys. So that's all about the importing of user-defined packages in Java, guys. In the next video session, I will explain how to import inbuilt packages. Okay, so far all the packages are user created. I created it, right? Login pack I created, post pack I created. I was importing all the properties of these classes which are in a user-defined packages now, right? Now in the next video session, I'll explain how to apply the same kind of thing. That is how to import the inbuilt packages. Okay, that I'm going to explain in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 150 of Java for Tester series. That is importing inbuilt packages. Importing inbuilt packages. Packages in Java can be categorized into two types. Packages in Java can be categorized into two types. First type is user-defined packages, and the other type is inbuilt packages. In the previous video, I've already covered how to import user-defined packages in Java. Okay, this part is already covered in the previous video, guys. And in the current video session, I am going to cover how to import these inbuilt packages. In this video session, I am going to cover how to import these inbuilt packages. The other type of packages, that is inbuilt packages, how to import it. I'm going to explain or practically show you as part of this video session. So let's switch to the practical mode and let's create a new project. Select this Java project. Let's name this as my Java project. Okay, and right click on SRC, directly create a class, guys. Right click new class and then say give the class name as demo and select to add this public static void main method inside this demo class while creating, and it will automatically add you the main method also inside the demo class. Now inside this main method, I want to use some predefined classes or inbuilt classes in Java. Okay, so before I use directly, what I will do is I will take you to the API documentation page of Java, where you can find all the packages and classes. Okay, all the predefined packages and predefined classes you can find here. So guys, so let me take one example where under java.io package, okay, just select this java.io package. When you select this, guys, all the classes here will be filtered. Okay, for example, if you directly come here, let me show you what is happening here. Java 8, if I search for Java 8 API and if you click on this link, it will take you to the API documentation page of Java 8. Okay, by default, here you see all the classes will be filled. All the classes without any filtration will be displayed here. Okay, the classes starting from A to Z will be here. Okay, like this. All the predefined classes in Java will be listed down here. But the moment when I select any package here, okay, instead of all the classes, only the classes that are under this java.io package will be filtered, guys. Okay, let me select this. When I select this, you see there is a filtering happening here, and all the packages and all the classes and interfaces and other things which are under this java.io package will be filtered and displayed here. Let's go to the classes here, and let's select this class known as file class, guys. Okay, let's choose this class known as file class. Okay, so this file class is in under which package? Java.io package, right? This file class which I selected here from the classes here is under the which package? Java.io package. So what if, guys, I want to use this file class? File, this is a predefined class in Java, guys. File is a predefined class in Java. How to use this file class? If I say file, I'll create an object for this file class, guys. File is equal to, if I say new file, and in this constructor, if I provide some empty string, that will be fine. Okay. When I do so, what's happening, guys? I'm getting some compiler error. Okay. File is a predefined class in Java. When I'm trying to use that file predefined class in Java, I'm getting some compiler error. When I hover the mouse, it says that you have to import this file predefined class from which package? Java.io package. So this is a package from where you have to import the file predefined class, guys. Okay. For predefined classes or inbuilt classes also, okay, we have to import the predefined or inbuilt packages. Okay. We have to import the inbuilt packages. Okay. We have to import these predefined classes from the predefined or inbuilt packages in Java. Okay. So hover the mouse on this file and say select import this file class from the java.io inbuilt package of Java. You see the error got resolved. Let me take another example. When I do so, after importing, you see this import statement will be added, guys. Okay. Similar statement that we got with the user defined packages also. Okay. So here Java is a parent package, IO is a child package of the Java package, and under this IO package we have this file predefined class. Okay. File is a class here. I'm importing the file class from this java.io packages in Java. Similarly, we'll go with another package now. Let's choose another package here. Let's say we'll go with java.util, guys. So when I select this java.util here, this package name here, you see all the classes here got filtered under, all the classes which are under the java.util got filtered here, guys. Okay, under this classes section. Scroll down a bit. As you can see, there are different classes. Let's choose some class known as date class. Okay, and this is a date is a predefined class in Java, guys. Okay, which is under inbuilt package known as java.util. Okay, so here in order to use the date class, I have to create an object for the date. Date is equal to new date, like this. Okay, so here by default I'm getting the compiler error because this date class belongs to which package? Java.util package in Java. Okay, inbuilt package known as java.util. You have to import this date class from that java.util package of Java, guys. Inbuilt package, that is java.util package. You have to import from there. Hover the mouse on this date and select import date class from. There are two versions, guys. You see, not only the java.util class has this date class, but also the java.sql class, java.sql package also has the date class. Okay, both these packages, that java.util and java.sql packages in Java, these two inbuilt packages have the same date class. Okay, but whatever the date class I am looking for is under util package. So I will select to import this date class from this inbuilt java.util package. When I do so, the import statement will be added here. Okay, so import this date class from java.util package, like this, guys. Okay, so whenever you are using some predefined classes in Java, so they belongs to some inbuilt packages, guys. So in order to clear out the compiler errors or something which are resulting, you have to import the such classes from the inbuilt packages. Okay, this is how, guys, we have to import inbuilt packages. Okay, we have to import classes from the inbuilt packages in Java, guys. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain Java.lang default package. Okay, there is a inbuilt package in Java, guys, that is Java.lang. Okay, Java.lang is one of the inbuilt packages in Java, and it is a default package. Why we have to call this as a default package, I'll explain as part of the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 151 of Java for Tester series, that is Java.lang default package. So what is this Java.lang? Java.lang is an inbuilt Is one of the inbuilt packages, guys. Okay, is one of the inbuilt packages in Java. Let me show you. If you go to the, if you just simply Google search for Java 8 API like this, you will be taken to the this search results, and you have to select this first search result where Java API overview link is there. Okay, when you click on that, it will take you to the API documentation page of Java 8. And on the left side, as you can see, there are different packages and classes, right? Scroll down under the packages, guys. If you keep on scrolling, java.awt, java.beans, like that. Okay, here as you can see, there is some package known as java.lang package. Okay, this is an inbuilt package in Java, guys. Okay, java.lang is a inbuilt package in Java. Okay, and not only inbuilt package, guys. Java has a lot of inbuilt packages, right? So Java has different inbuilt packages like java.applet, java.awt, like that. Many different inbuilt packages are there. But how this java.language is, how this java.lang package is different? How this package is different, guys? Okay. So out of all the inbuilt packages, Java compiler automatically imports java.lang. Okay. You don't have to import this package, guys. As explained in one of the, as explained in the previous videos, guys. Okay, as explained in the previous video, you have to import the inbuilt packages, right? For example, if I have to use the file, file is equal to new file, like this. Okay, file is equal to new file. Here, file is a predefined class from java.io package. Here you have to import this package, right? Here you have to import this file class from this java.io package. Here import statement is required for this java.io packages. Java.io is one of the inbuilt packages. You see, this is inbuilt package. Similarly, if you use other thing like date is equal to new date. Okay, use something like this. Date is equal to new date. Here also, guys, we have to import this date class from java.util package. So importing is required even for the inbuilt package known as java.util. Okay, but coming to this java.lang package, importing is automatically done, guys. Okay, Java compiler automatically imports. You don't have to import. That's why we call this java.lang package as default package in Java. Okay, which doesn't need any one to import it. Okay, automatically it will be imported internally by Java compiler, guys. You don't have to do anything. For example, guys, if I say system.out.println, okay, am I getting any compiler error here, guys? No. Is my Java compiler asking me to import the system class? No. Why? Why the system class? Why the Java compiler is not asking me to import the system class from one of the packages? Because the system class belongs to which package, guys? Java.lang. Okay. The system class is one of the predefined classes in this inbuilt class known as Java.lang. That's why, as Java.lang is a default package and Java compiler automatically imports Java.lang, you don't have to import, guys. Okay. For all the other classes which are in the other inbuilt packages like java.io or java.util, you have to import them. You have to import this file class from this java.io. You have to import this date class from java.util. But you don't have to import this system class from the java.lang package, because by default, automatically Java compiler imports this java.lang pack. Okay, you don't have to import it. That's why we call this java.lang pack as default package. Okay, it will be automatically imported by Java compiler and you don't have to import. Okay, so there are other examples. Okay, there are other examples like string str is equal to new string. Let's say if I create an object for the string class, am I getting any compiler error for the string class? No. The reason here is this string class also belongs to java.lang. That's why Java is not asking you to import this string class from the java.lang package, because java.lang package is a default package. Other classes which we generally use in java.lang are integer. Okay, let's create an object for integer class. Integer is a wrapper class, guys. Okay, as you already know, integer is a wrapper class. Integer, let's see, and enter. Okay, new integer of, you have to assign some value. You see, compiler error is not coming. Java compiler is not asking you to import this integer wrapper class because it belongs to Java.lang package, which is a default package, and it's automatically imported by Java compiler. You don't have to import this this integer class from Java.lang because it's automatically done by Java compiler. Okay. Other example is math class, guys. Okay. I'm only giving some examples which we already know. Let's create, say, math class, right? Math dot. Let's give something like we have some random. Okay, random method. Math dot random. If I say math dot random, are you getting any compiler error? No, because math class don't have to be imported from Java.language explicitly. Okay, math is a predefined class of Java, guys, which don't have to be imported from this inbuilt Java.lang because this is a default package of, okay, this is a default inbuilt package of Java, guys, and Java compiler automatically imports it. Okay, these are few example classes under this Java.lang package, guys. Okay, Java.lang package, which you don't have to import that package because that is a default package in Java, and all the other classes which are from the other packages like other inbuilt packages like java.io and java.util have to be imported explicitly. But these classes like system, string, integer, math, predefined classes from the inbuilt java.lang package don't have to be imported because Java automatically imports them. Okay, fine. So hope you understood, guys, how this java.lang has become a default package in Java. Okay, so that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain the other concept of Java, that is class inheritance. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 152 of Java for Tester series, that is inheritance. So what is inheritance? Inheritance is a mechanism in which one class acquires the properties of another class. So inheritance is a mechanism in which one class will acquire the properties of another class. Okay, so in order to understand this statement clearly, okay, let me explain few things. Okay, that is class. Okay, class in Java encloses, okay, few things. Few major things that generally class will enclose are variables and other one is methods. These are the two major things that generally class will generally enclose. Okay, keep it inside. We generally keep variables and methods inside the class, right? So class generally encloses variables and methods. So what's the purpose of the variables, guys? The purpose of the variables is to store data. Okay. So what about the methods? What is the purpose of the methods? The purpose of the methods is to write programming logic. Okay. So here, these variables and methods together, okay, these both variables and methods together we call them as properties, guys. Okay. These are the properties. Variables and methods together we can call this both variables and methods as properties of the class. Okay, properties. Class properties are variables and methods, like that we can call. Okay, now let's go back to the inheritance statement. What actually inheritance is? Inheritance is a mechanism in which one class acquires, okay, one of the class will acquire the properties. Properties means these variables and methods of another class. Okay, now the statement is a bit easier in compared to the earlier version, right? Now I will make this statement more easier for you guys. Okay, let's go with the explanation now. Okay, to understand this statement in a better way. That is, here assume that there is a class in Java, guys. Okay, let's say the class name is car class. Okay, that's a car class in Java, and it has few properties. Properties means variables and methods. So let's take few properties, guys. Spring car model int cost. Okay, I'm just taking only two properties for this, two variable properties for this example, guys. Okay, and I will take two methods also. Method public void. Apart from these variables, we also have the methods. Okay, method is public void start car is one of the method. Okay, public void start car is a method. Another method I will create in this in this car class is public void stop car. Okay, is another method. Now there are two methods inside this car class. Okay, two variables and two methods. Now I want to create another class. That class is known as Ben's class. Okay, Ben's class, let's say. So Ben's company class, right? Fine. Now the problem here is I want to have the same properties. Okay, the properties that are in the car class, I want to have the same properties inside the Ben's class. So how to get the same properties in the Ben's class, guys? What we generally do is we recreate them, right? We generally recreate them. I'll recreate the same properties of the car class again. I will rewrite them in the Ben's class like this, int cost. Okay, then I'll recreate the methods also, variables and methods. Okay, you see both the Ben's class and the car class have the same variables and methods now, right? But here thing is I am recreating them. I am writing it twice. Okay, so what's the problem here, guys? Is there any problem in this approach? I'm creating two classes. One is car class and one is Ben's class. Okay, and here the car class I created some variables and methods. The same variables and methods I recreated in the Ben's class. So what is the problem here? The problem is I am recreating the variables and methods instead of reusing the same variables and methods that are there in the car class. Okay, in Ben's class, when I need the same variables and methods of the car class, instead of reusing them, instead of using the same variables and methods that are already created in the car class in the Ben's class, I am again writing them. That is the problem, guys. So we should not be writing. That means I have to reuse, right? I want to reuse the same variables and methods of the car class in the Ben's class instead of creating them again. How it is possible, guys? It's possible with the help of inheritance. Okay, this concept known as inheritance, using which even though you need the same variables and methods, you don't have to recreate. Simply you can use the same variables and methods of this car class inside the Ben's class. Okay, so you don't have to recreate them. That concept is known as inheritance. Okay, how this is possible? Inheritance is a mechanism in which one class, let's say car class, one class that is Ben's class. Okay, inheritance is a mechanism in which one class that is Ben's class will acquire the properties of another class, will acquire the same properties of the car class. Okay, instead of recreating them, it want to acquire the properties of the car class. Using the concept of inheritance, we can achieve that. In order to achieve this inheritance, guys, in order to implement this inheritance in Java programming, we need a keyword known as extends keyword. Okay, we need a keyword known as extends keyword. Extends is a keyword in Java. Extends is one of the keyword in Java using which we can implement the inheritance. That is, we can make one class acquire the properties of another class. Okay, and where I have to use this extends keyword, guys? I have to use extends keyword with this base class, the class which want to acquire the properties of another class. Okay, the class which want to inherit or acquire the properties of another class. At that class, you have to use the extends keyword like this. Ben's class extends, you have to say car class like this. Okay, this will be the format, guys. If I state Ben's class will extend the car class, then you don't have to recreate the same variables and methods, guys. Okay, that is the purpose of the inheritance, guys. The purpose of the inheritance is, okay, you don't have to recreate the same variables and methods of the other class. Instead, you can simply inherit it by using the extends keyword like this. Ben's class, in this example, Ben's class extends car class. So all the properties of the car class will be part of the Ben's class automatically. You don't have to practically mention that all these variables and methods. Okay, by default they will be available in the Ben's class, even though they are not recreated in the Ben's class here. Okay, So what's the keyword, guys? Extends keyword. Okay, extends is a keyword we have to use. Fine. So here, this car class and this is a Benz class. So what kind of relationship that these two classes have, guys? Okay, here Benz class is inheriting the properties of the car class. That means generally, if you take some real-time example, so let's say there is parent and children. Okay, children generally inherit from their parents, right? Children inherit lot of things from their parents. The same thing here, guys. Here, Benz class is inheriting the properties from their car class. That's why we call this Benz class as child class. Okay. So what about the car class? Since the Benz class is inheriting the properties from the car class, we make this car class as parent class. Okay. We generally call the this kind of classes as parent class. Okay. From where we are inheriting, that is parent class. Okay, to where we are inheriting, that is a child class. Okay, and there are other names for this parent class, guys. We can either call this parent class or super class, or you can also call it base class. Okay, any name you can call. Okay, you can call this as parent, you can call it as super class, you can call this as base class. Okay, whereas coming to this child class, you can also call this child class as subclass. Okay, superclass, subclass, parent class, child class, base class, child class, like that. Okay. So here, this is the things, guys. This is the thing, guys, about inheritance. Now let's understand this statement. Now you will be able to understand this statement, guys. Inheritance is a mechanism in which one class acquires the properties of another class. One class acquiring the properties of the other class using inheritance. Okay. Fine. So this is the theoretical part, guys. Okay. Whatever I explained so far is a theoretical part of inheritance, and that to applied for the classes, right? Class inheritance, you can say. Now let me practically demonstrate. Okay, using by writing some Java programs, I would like to practically demonstrate how to implement such kind of inheritance, okay, in the Java programs. So the same example I will take is, while practically demonstrating, I will take the car class, I will take the same variables and methods, and I will take the Benz class. I will try to use extends keyword and try to inherit the properties from the car class. I'll show you everything. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate. Let's create a project, guys. Right click new, project, select this Java project, give some name, guys. So let's say I'll give some name as my Java project. Any name you can give. Okay, just give some name here and select finish. A Java project will be created now. Now expand this Java project. Under SRC, create some classes, guys. Let me first create a class known as, I'll create a class known as car class. Okay, car class, car. Just give the name of the car class as car and click on finish. Inside this car class, I'll create some variables and methods. That is properties of the car class. I'll create string car model and then int cost. Okay, you can say car cost also. Okay, it's up to you. Now let's create some methods. Public void start car. Okay, is one of the method. Let's say, and another method I will create inside this car class. You can create any number of methods though. Public void stop car. Okay, so here car is a class which has these properties, which encloses these properties, that is variables and methods, that is this car model car cast as variables and start car and stop car as methods. Okay, fine. Now I'll create another class, guys. Right click new class. I'll call this as Benz class and I'll say click on finish. Okay, so I will drag it here just to arrange. Okay, I want to see both the classes at the same time. Okay, so here we have car class, which I already created, and here I have the Benz class. Okay, here I have the Benz class. So this in Benz class also, I don't want to recreate all these properties. Okay, because I'm not, if I recreate the same variables and method in the Benz class, that means I am not reusing this car class variables inside the Benz class, right? So what I will simply do is, instead of recreating the same variables and method inside the Benz class, I will simply say extends keyword. I will use some keyword known as this extends keyword, guys, using which we can perform the inheritance. Okay. Okay. So extends, what I have to say? Benz class extends car class I have to say. Okay. Here car class. This car class. Benz class extends car class. Now, when I use this extends keyword, here Benz class will become what class, guys? Parent class or child class? Since Benz class is going to inherit the properties from the car class, Benz class here will become the child class, whereas car class will become the parent class. Okay, fine. So now what I will do now here is, so public class Benz extends car. That's fine. Okay. So I'll create one more class here, guys. Right click new. I'll call this class as demo class, from where I will access these variables and methods. Okay. I will access the variables and methods from this class. So I will actually select this public static void main also while creating this demo and click on finish. Demo class will be created. I will drag it somewhere. Maybe here or here. Here will be good. Okay. Fine. Fine. So we'll do few modifications here. So what I will do first is I will try to access these variables and methods of the car class first. Okay, the first step, I would like to access the variables and methods of this car class. How to do that, guys? So in order to access the variables and methods of a different class, what we have to do, guys? In Java, in order to access the variables and methods which are inside a different class, here car class is different and demo class is different. From demo class, I want to access the variables and methods of the car class. How to achieve this? In order to achieve this, we have to create an object for the car class. Then only we can access these variables and methods of the car class. So what I will do, I will create an object for the car class. Car C is equal to new car. This first step. Okay. Once I create an object for the car class, then I can access the variables and methods of the car class from the different class. One is demo class. Now if I say C dot car model, okay, C dot car model is equal to, I'm able to access the variables, okay, variable of the car class here. C dot car model is equal to, okay, so some A model, okay, I'm just giving some random model, A model. And here C dot car cost is equal to, okay, C dot car cost, second variable of the car class I'm accessing, is equal to, okay, I'll give some number like something like some 25 lakhs, okay, like this. Then I'll try to access the methods of this car class using this object reference of this car class. That is C dot, I will say start car, okay, C dot start car. Then I will say C dot stop car, like this, okay. So after creating an object for the car class, I'm able to access all the variables and methods of the car class, because all these variables and methods belong to the car class. Okay. Now I'll change my focus to this Benz classes. Okay. Before I do something here, Benz class doesn't have anything, right? It looks like Benz class doesn't have anything. So what I will do is I'll simply remove this extends car for now. For a while, I'll simply remove the extends car. Okay. Before extending in Benz class, there is nothing. There's nothing inside the Benz class. So even there is nothing, if I create an object for the Benz class, will I be able to access anything, guys? There is nothing inside the Benz class, guys. Benz B is equal to new Benz, like this. Okay. Now if I say B dot, I will not get anything, guys. Okay. These are all the predefined methods. Okay. So this car model, car cost, start car, stop car, nothing is there inside this Benz class, right? Before extending. Now, guys, what if I say extends? Before extending, when I say B dot, I didn't get anything. But after I provide extends keyword here and followed by this car class, when I make this car class as a parent class, okay, then if I say B dot, I'll get all the properties of the car class, guys. Now you see, when the Benz class extends the car class, Benz class will become the child class and car class will become the parent class. Here Benz class is extending all the properties of the car class. So all the variables and methods will be also part of the Benz class. So by creating an object for the Benz class, using the object reference of the Benz class, we can access the properties here, inherited properties. Now Benz class is inheriting these properties, guys. So using the object reference of the Benz class, we can actually access all the properties of the car class like this, because Benz class is extending the car class, all the properties will now be part of the Benz class also. So I can create an object for the Benz class and access all these properties. B dot car cost B dot car model is equal to, okay, you can say Benz A class like this, okay. Then B dot car cost is equal to some 35 lakhs, let's say, okay. Now I can say B dot start car all the methods and variables and methods, okay, inherited variables and methods can be accessed using the object reference of the bench class after using this extends keyword and inheriting from the car class. Okay. Now all the properties of the car class are now part of the bench class also. Since bench class is extending the car class, all the properties of the car class are also part of the bench class now, right? So that's how inheritance works, guys. So since bench class is extending the car class, is that means that bench class should not have its own properties and methods? Okay. Since bench class is extending the car class, is there any rule that bench class should not have its own properties, that is its own variables and methods? No, guys, bench class can still have its own variables and methods. So let me create some specific methods, specific variables and methods for the bench class. So let's say I will say int, okay, number of gears, okay, and I will say public void open sunroof, okay. Like this, I created its own, okay. In the bench class, I created its own variables and variable and method, okay, its own properties. Bench class is now having its own properties. At the same time, bench class is extending the properties, that is inheriting the properties from the car class. Now, guys, when bench class has its own properties, okay, when bench class has its own properties, so what will happen? So when I create an object for the, I just cleared everything inside this main method, guys. Now, if I create an object for the car class, how many properties I can retrieve, guys? How many properties will be there for the car class? 1, 2, 3, 4. What about the bench class? If I create an object for the bench class, how many properties I can access from the bench class? It looks like 2, guys, but it's 6, guys, because these 2 are specific properties related to bench. Apart from these 2 specific properties of bench is also inheriting 4 properties from the car class. So bench will have 6 properties. That is 3 variables and 3 methods. Whereas coming to the car class, only 2 variables and 2 methods are there, right? Let's do that. If I, in order to access all the properties of the car class, again I will create an object for the car class. Car is equal to new car. How many properties will be there? Only 4, because car class is only having the 4 properties, its own properties. Okay, car class has its own properties known as these 4 properties. 2 variables and 2 methods are there. Using this C dot car model, okay, I can access is equal to same thing as a model. Okay, I'll give something. Now C dot car cost. I'm just giving some 25 lakhs here. Same. Then C dot start car. C dot stop car. So can I use the object reference of the car class to access this properties related to bench class? No, guys, you cannot access. Okay, try it. C dot number of gears, it's not coming. Okay, or C dot open sunroof, it's not coming. Why? Because see, car class only has 4 properties, the 2 variables and 2 methods. Okay, its own properties can be accessed by creating an object for the car class. But when I create an object for the bench class now, okay, bench p is equal to new bench. When I create an object for the bench class, here it looks like only 2, but there are 2 plus 4. Okay, 2 specific properties of the bench and 4 inherited properties of the from the car class. Okay, since bench class is still extending the car class, 2 plus 4 will be there. That is, using this object reference of the bench, we can access, you see, car model we can access. Car model is equal to, let's say, bench a class. Then b dot car cost. Okay, these are all the inherited. Okay, these properties are inherited from the car class by the bench class. Okay, car cost is equal to some 35 lakhs, let's say. Then b dot number of gears. This property belongs to bench only. Okay, so here I'm able to access using the object reference of the bench class. I'm able to access the inherited properties or also the properties specific to the bench class. Right? Number of gears is equal to 5. Let's say. Okay. Then I'll say b dot start car, I can say. Okay, properties inherited from the car class. Stop car. B dot. Apart from these 2 methods, again the specific method of the bench class, that is open sunroof, will also be available. Open sunroof is also there. You see, when using the child class, when you create an object for the child class, using that object reference, you can access both the properties specific to the child class and the parent class also. Okay. So this is how it works, guys. Okay, this is how the inheritance works in Java, guys. We have to use extends keyword to make this inheritance possible. We have to use extends keyword with the child class so that the child class can extend the properties from the parent class. Fine. Fine. So all about the inheritance, guys. This is all about the inheritance. In the next video session, I will explain different types of inheritance we have in Java. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 153 of Java for Tester series, that is types of inheritance. In the previous video, I have already explained what is meant by inheritance and how to use inheritance in Java programs. The current video session, I am going to explain the different types of inheritance we have in Java. So there are different types of inheritance we have in Java, guys. They are single inheritance, multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, hierarchical inheritance, and hybrid inheritance. These are the different types of inheritance we have in Java, guys. So let me show you what exactly these different types of inheritance mean. Okay, these are the different types of inheritance we have in Java, guys. Let me show you how the different types of inheritance will work in Java. Okay, let's start with the first type of inheritance, that is single inheritance. Single inheritance. So I will show you how the single inheritance works in a diagrammatic way for now. Okay, in the upcoming videos, I will practically demonstrate. For now, in this current video, I will show you how the single inheritance can be represented in a diagrammatic format so that you can understand. So this is a class and this is another class. Okay, class A and class B. Okay, class A, class B. And here class B is extending class A, let's say. Okay, class B is inheriting class A. This is known as single inheritance, guys. Okay, in single inheritance, one class will extend another class. Okay, this is known as single inheritance. Is this possible, guys? In Java, can we write a program where we can create these two classes where one class is inheriting another class? Is it possible? Yes, as explained in the previous video, this is possible, guys. Okay, a class extending another class or a class inheriting another class is possible. Okay, so this is the first one. Now we have other types of inheritance, that is multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance. Okay, so what is multiple inheritance? So in multiple inheritance, it is diagrammatically will look like this, guys. Multiple inheritance in a diagrammatical format will look something like this. Okay, so let's say this is class A and this is class B and this is class C. Here class C is extending or inheriting both class A and class B. The same class is inheriting two classes. Class is inheriting or extending two classes, guys. Is it possible? No, guys, it's not possible in Java. Okay, you cannot write programs where you can have a class inheriting, okay, the same class inheriting multiple classes is not possible. Single class inheriting multiple classes is not possible in Java, guys. Okay, what will happen, guys, when you try to do so? When you say class C extends class A comma class B, that is not possible in Java because it gives compiler error, guys. Okay, only single class can extend another class, guys. Okay, a class can extend only one class, but here class is trying to extend from two classes. So class is not only trying to inherit the properties of class A, but at the same time class is also trying to inherit the properties of the class B, which is not possible in Java, guys. If you try to do so, you'll get compiler error. Okay, it's not possible in Java. The next one is multi-level inheritance. Multi-level inheritance. Okay. How does it look? Multi-level inheritance, as the name suggests, different levels. Okay. Level 1, level 2, level 3, like that. Okay. Okay. Here, let's say this is class A. Diagrammatically, the multi-level inheritance will look like this, guys. Okay. Class A, class B, and class C. Here, class B is extending class A. Class B is one class which is extending only one class. That is possible. Here, class C is extending class B. Here, class is one class which is extending only one class. That is also possible. So, this kind of levels is possible, guys. Okay. You can have a multi-level inheritance possible in Java case where class is extending class B and that class B is extending another class. Okay. Class C inheriting class B inheriting another class, class A. Okay. This is possible in Java case. Fine. The next one, okay, we are done with the multi-level inheritance representation here. And the next one is, we'll go with the hierarchical, okay, hierarchical inheritance. Hierarchical inheritance. In hierarchical inheritance, the diagrammatically, if I have to represent the hierarchical inheritance, it will look something like this, guys. Okay. Let's say this is class A. This is class B. Then we have class C. And then class D. Here, class B is extending class A. Okay. Class B is inheriting the properties of the class A. This is possible. And also, class C is also inheriting the properties of the same class A. This is also possible. Okay. Only one class, only from one class, this class A is inheriting. So it's possible. And only from one class, only from a single class, this class D is inheriting. So this is also possible. So in hierarchical inheritance, multiple classes inherit from the same class, which is possible in Java, guys. Okay, which is possible in Java because each and every class is only inheriting from a single class. That's why it's possible. Okay, class B only one class, class A. Class C is also inheriting only from one class, that is class A. Class D is also inheriting only from one class, that is class A. So it is possible, guys. And finally we have hybrid inheritance, guys. Okay, finally we have hybrid inheritance. Let me explain the hybrid inheritance first. Okay, hybrid inheritance type. Okay, the last type of inheritance is hybrid inheritance, guys, in Java. So how does it look diagrammatically? It looks something like this. It's a combination of single inheritance and it's a combination of what you call hierarchical inheritance and multiple inheritance. Okay, it's a combination of this hierarchical inheritance and multiple inheritance. So let me show you what will happen. So before I draw these lines, I will say this is class A, this is class B, this is class C, and this is class D. Okay, here class B is inheriting class A, and class C is also inheriting from a single class, that is class A. This is possible because up to here is the hierarchical inheritance, guys. Multiple classes inheriting only from single class, which is possible. Okay, but here on the downside, other part, that is lower part of this hybrid inheritance, where this class D will extend both classes known as, okay, class D will extend the properties from both classes known as class B and class C. So this lower part will fall into this multiple inheritance, which is not possible, guys. Upper part is possible, but lower part where single class inheriting multiple classes is not possible in Java. Okay, this also will result in compiler error. Okay, it's not possible in Java, guys. Hybrid inheritance is not possible in Java. Not possible. Okay. Like this, guys, there are different types of inheritance in Java, guys. Few inheritance are possible, few inheritance types are not possible. Coming to single inheritance, it is possible. Then we have multiple inheritance, which is not possible. Okay. Multi-level inheritance, which is possible. Hierarchical inheritance, which is possible. And hybrid inheritance is not possible. Like that, there are different types of inheritance, and all those, these are the 5 different types, and they look diagrammatically like this. Okay. They look diagrammatically like this, guys. So, guys, this is all about the different types of inheritance. Okay, this is all about the different types of inheritance. And in the next video session, I'll practically demonstrate the first type of inheritance, that is single inheritance. Okay, I'll explain the first type of inheritance known as single inheritance. And in the other types of inheritance will be explained in the upcoming videos. Okay, I'll start with single inheritance followed by other types of inheritance in the upcoming videos. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 154 of Java for Tester series, that is single inheritance demonstration. So there are different types of inheritance in Java. They are single inheritance, multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, hierarchical inheritance, then hybrid inheritance. These are the different types of inheritance we have in Java. And in the current video session, I'm going to explain the first type of inheritance, that is single inheritance. So what is the single inheritance? Single inheritance, if I have to diagrammatically represent, it will look something like this. Okay, like this. So this is class A and this is class B. Here class B is extending class A. That is, class B is inheriting the properties of the class A. Such kind of inheritance is known as single inheritance, guys. So let me practically demonstrate the single inheritance for you. Okay, let's go to Eclipse IDE. So we already have a Java project here, and let's under SRC, let's create a class. Okay, let's create a class known as car class, or we can create a class known as class A, guys. Okay, I will say class A. Click on finish. Inside the class A, I will create some variables and methods. Say int x, int y, public void, method x. Some random variables and methods I am creating, guys. These are properties of this class. Method y, let's say. There are few variables and methods inside this class A that I created. Now I'm going to create another class. Right click new class. I'll name this class as class B. Okay, and click on finish. Here we have class A and here we have class B. Okay, I'll move it into a different view so that you can see both the classes at the same time. Here class A is there, class B is there. Now if class B, if I want to, okay, if I want to inherit the properties of this class A into the class B, what I have to do, guys? Okay, class B extends class A, I have to say. Okay, I have to use the extends keyword with class B. Now class B is extending the class A. That is, class B is extending the properties of the class A. So this kind of inheritance is known as single inheritance, guys. Here only one class, that is class B, is extending the class A, that is inheriting the class A. One class is inheriting another one class. This process is known as, or this inheritance is known as single inheritance in Java, guys. Okay, and this is possible. As you can see, there is no compiler error so far. Okay, Java is allowing one class to extend another class. Okay, here one class is extending only one class, and this kind of inheritance is known as single inheritance type, guys. That is possible in Java. So this is all about the single inheritance, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain the or demonstrate the next type of inheritance, that is multiple inheritance. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 155 of Java for Tester series, that is multiple inheritance. So there are different types of inheritance in Java. There are different types of inheritance in Java. They are single inheritance, multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, hierarchical inheritance, and hybrid inheritance. These are the different types of inheritance we have in Java. And in this current video session, I am going to practically demonstrate the second type of inheritance, that is multiple inheritance. Okay, what is multiple inheritance? What is multiple inheritance? So if I have to represent this multiple inheritance in a diagrammatical way, I'll be doing something like this. Okay. So here, let's say this is class A and this is class B and this is class C. In multiple inheritance, the same class will inherit the properties from the multiple classes. The same class will inherit the properties from multiple classes. That is known as multiple inheritance. In multiple inheritance, the same class will inherit the properties from multiple classes. Is this possible, guys? Is this possible in Java? It's not possible. Okay, with Java classes, it's not possible with Java classes, guys. Okay, in Java, if you apply this thing to the classes, this inheritance type to the classes, that is single class inheriting from multiple classes. You see, the same class inheriting both the properties of the class A and class B. Okay, class A and class B at same time. So which is not possible, guys. Okay, which is not possible. If you try to do so, you will get a compiler error in Java. You'll get some compiler error. Let me practically show you guys how this is not possible in Java. Okay, how multiple inheritance, that is a single class extending multiple classes, is not possible in Java. Let me show you practically. So let's create a class, guys. Write a new class. Let's name this class as class A. Finish. Okay, and I'll provide some properties, guys, syntax and one method public void method x like this. Okay, some properties I'm providing inside the class A. Similarly, I will create another class. Right click new class and I'll name this class as class B. Let's say click on finish. I'll move to the different view so that you can see multiple classes at the same time. And in this class B also I'll try to create some properties. Let's say int y and here public void method y like this. Okay, so some properties I created inside the class B. Now I'm going to create class C, new class C. So I'll drag this somewhere down so that you can see all the class A, class B and class C. So in this class C, what I want to do is, okay, the same thing. Okay, the single class C, I want to extend both this class A and class B. Okay, I want to extend or inherit the properties of class A and class B into the class C. For that, if I use extends, if I say class A, this is fine, guys. Okay, single class extension is fine. Inheriting class C, inheriting only one class, that is class A, is fine. If I try to inherit multiple classes like say comma class B, if I try to do so, immediately I'll get a compiler error, guys. Okay, so there is no way of inheriting multiple classes, guys. Okay, there is no way of inheriting properties from a multiple classes. Only a class can inherit only the properties of a single class. Either it can be class A or class B. Anything is fine, but only the single class can only extend the properties or inherit the properties from a single class only. If you try to inherit from multiple classes like this, okay, extends class A, comma class B or class B, comma class A, you'll get the compiler error. We are getting some compiler error, guys. So guys, multiple inheritance in Java is not possible when applied to the classes. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain the next type of inheritance, that is multi-level inheritance. Okay, I'll practically demonstrate the next type of inheritance, that is multi-level inheritance, in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 156 of Java for Testers series, that is multi-level inheritance. So in Java, there are different types of inheritance. There are different types of inheritance in Java. They are single inheritance, multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, hierarchical inheritance, then hybrid inheritance. Like this, there are different types of inheritance we have in Java. And the current video session, I am going to explain the third type of inheritance, that is multi-level inheritance. So what is this multi-level inheritance? What is this multi-level inheritance? So if I have to diagrammatically represent this multi-level inheritance, it will look something like this. Let's say this is class A, then we have class B, then we have class C. Okay, like this, there are different classes. Here, class B is inheriting the properties from class A. That is, class B is extending the class A. And class C is inheriting the properties from class B. That is, class C is extending class B. Okay, is this possible, guys? Is this kind of inheritance type possible with classes in Java? Is multi-level type of inheritance possible with classes in Java? Answer is yes, it's possible. Okay, this kind of inheritance type is possible, guys. So let me practically demonstrate how this can be possible. Okay, so in this Java project, let's create a new class, say class A. Okay, and in this class A, let's create some properties, say int x. Some sample properties I will create, that is variables and methods. Public void method x, let's say. Okay, now I'll create another class. I'll call this class as class B, and here in class B also I'll move it to a different view so that you can see all the classes together. Okay, class A and class B, you can see it together same time. So here I will say int y public void method y. I just created few properties inside the class B also. Now I'll create another class, that is class C. Click on finish. Class C got created. I'll move here so that you can see all the three classes, class A, class B, class C at same time. Now guys, what I want to do here is, here I want this class B to extend class A. Here you see class B is extending class A, right? Let's make that possible. Class B extends class A. You see, it's possible. Now guys, I want to make this class C extend this class B, which is extending this class A. Okay, like this. Extends class B. You see, this is also possible, guys. Okay, in Java, we can have multiple classes. Okay, where one class is extending another class and other class is extending the other class, like this. Okay, this kind of chain. Class B is a child class of the class A because class B is extending class A, and class C is a child class of the class B because class is extending class B. So this is how, guys, multi-level inheritance. Okay, multi-level inheritance is possible in Java. I'm not getting any compiler errors, guys. Here I can successfully make one class a child class for other, and that class a parent of another class. Okay, class C extending class B extending class A, like that. Okay, a chain, a multi-level kind of representation can be implemented in Java, guys. Fine. So this is all about the multi-level inheritance, guys, where one class extends from another class, and which actually extends another class. Okay, so that is possible in Java, as we didn't get any compiler error. In the next video session, I'll explain the next type of inheritance, that is hierarchical inheritance. I'll practically demonstrate how to implement this hierarchical inheritance in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 157 of Java for Tester series, that is hierarchical inheritance. In Java, there are different types of inheritance. They are single inheritance, multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, hierarchical inheritance, and hybrid inheritance. These are the different types of inheritance we have in Java. And in the current video session, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to implement the fourth type of inheritance, that is hierarchical inheritance. So what is this hierarchical inheritance? What is this hierarchical inheritance? So if I have to represent this hierarchical inheritance in a diagrammatical format, it will look something like this, guys. Okay. Hierarchical inheritance will look something like this when I represent in a diagrammatical way. So here, let's say this is class A. This is class B. This is class C. This is class D. Fine. So here, class B is extending class A. That is, class B is inheriting the properties of the class A. Same time, class C, another class C is also inheriting the same class A. Okay. And class D is also inheriting or extending the properties of the class A. So here, multiple classes are inheriting the properties of a single class known as class A. Is this possible, guys? The answer is yes, guys, it is possible. Okay. Multiple classes can inherit the properties of a single class. That is possible in Java. Let me show you practically, guys. So let's create a class known as class A, finish. And in this class A, I'll give some properties like int x, public void, some method x, okay, some properties, that is variables and methods. I'm just giving, okay, method x. That's fine. Now, guys, I'll create other classes, new, class B, finish, okay, class B. Now I'll create another class, class C. I'll just drag it here so that you can see all the classes at the same time, okay, class C. Then I'll create another class, that is class D. Like this, I can create multiple classes, guys. Okay, I can create multiple classes like this, class A, class B, class C, class D. Okay, here I can make, according to the diagram, as you can see here, class B can extend class A, right? Class B extends class A. Class C extends class A. Okay, class B is extending the same class known as class A, and class C is also extending the same class known as class A. I'm not getting any compiler errors, guys. Java is allowing me to do so. And here I'm also trying to extend class A by class D. Okay, class D will also extend class A. Class D extends class A. You see here multiple classes, that is class B, class C, class D are extending the same class, that is class A. And we are not getting any compiler errors. That means Java is allowing you to extend, that is allowing multiple classes to extend a single class. That is, Java is allowing multiple classes to inherit the properties of a single class, and that is possible in Java, guys, because we are not getting any compiler errors here. So, guys, hierarchical inheritance is, that's how possible in Java, guys. So that's it, guys. The next video session, I'll explain the next type of inheritance, that is hybrid inheritance. The last type of inheritance, guys, that I'm going to explain, that is hybrid inheritance. I'm going to practically demonstrate whether hybrid inheritance is possible or not in Java in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 157 of Java for Tester series, that is hybrid inheritance. So what is hybrid inheritance? Before explaining that, there are different types of inheritance in Java. What are they? They are single inheritance, multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, hierarchical inheritance, and hybrid inheritance. These are the different types of inheritance we have in Java. And the last type, that is hybrid type, I am going to explain in this video session. So what is this hybrid inheritance? Hybrid inheritance, if I have to diagrammatically represent, it will look something like this. It is a combination of hierarchical inheritance on the top and multiple inheritance on the bottom. So let me show you how that is a combination of hierarchical and multiple inheritances. So if I say this is class A and this is class B and this is class C and this is class T. Okay. Here class B will extend in this hybrid inheritance style. Class B inherits class A or extends class A, and same time class C also inherits or extends class A. Here multiple classes are inheriting the single class, which is known as hierarchical inheritance, which is possible, guys, which is possible in Java. We will not get any compiler error so far. Okay, hierarchical inheritance is possible where multiple classes can inherit the properties from a single class. That is possible in Java, guys. And coming to the other part, that is this part. Okay, the same class extending or inheriting the properties from multiple classes. So the lower section here is class D. As part of the lower section of this diagram, the class D is extending or inheriting the properties from both class B and class C, which is not possible in Java, guys. Okay, this is known as like multiple inheritance, which was not possible, right? Single class extending multiple classes is not possible in Java. You will get compiler error. Okay, the upper part will work, guys, but lower part will give you compiler error. So let me practically show you how this will give us a compiler error. Okay, to what extent this hybrid inheritance will work in Java. Okay, along with for classes. Okay, let me practically demonstrate. So here under SRC, I'll create a new class. I'll name this class as class A. Okay, this is the class A, guys, that I created. Now I'm going to create in this class I will create some int x, some public void method x. Some properties I am adding to the class A. Okay, that's done. Now I'll create another class, that is right click new class B. Okay, class B. Finish. And I will move it here so that you can see all the classes at the same time. Here in class B, I will make this class B extend this class A. Okay, extends class A. So this is possible. One class extending another class is obviously possible. Okay. Now I'll create another class known as class C, which will also extend the same class A. Okay. Here class B is already extending class A. Now I'll create another class. I'll name that class as class C, and this class will also extend the same class A like this. Okay. I'll move it here. Okay. Class C. I'll make this class C extend class A. Here, both the class B and class C are extending the single class, which is obviously possible because this falls into the hierarchical inheritance model, which is possible. Okay, hierarchical inheritance is possible where multiple classes can extend the single class. Now, I'll create another class, new class D. Okay, class D. This class D will extend both class B and class C. As per this hybrid inheritance, class D has to inherit both class B and class C. Okay, extends class B, comma, class C, which will not be possible. If you are trying to extend multiple classes, if your class is trying to inherit multiple classes, obviously that will give us a compiler error because multiple inheritance is not possible in Java classes. Okay, so the upper part is possible, that is hierarchical part is possible, whereas multiple inheritance part is not possible. So hybrid inheritance, which is a combination of hierarchical and multiple, okay, is partially possible. Hence, at a high level, it's not possible at all, right? Since it is partially possible, it's not possible because few portions like this multiple portion is not working. So it's not possible. Okay, we'll get compiler error in Java. Okay, we'll get compiler error if you try to implement hybrid interface for Java classes as shown here. So that's about the hybrid inheritance, guys. Okay, that's how I have practically demonstrated the hybrid inheritance. If you try to implement the hybrid inheritance, you will get compiler errors. Okay, because it is not possible in with Java classes, guys. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain the next topic, that is constructors. Constructors in Java will be explained in the next video session, guys. So thank you, guys. See you in the next video session. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 159 of Java for Tester series, that is constructors. So what are constructors? Constructors look similar to methods. Okay, constructors when compared with methods will look similar to methods and have few differences, guys. Okay, what are constructors? Constructors look similar to methods and have few differences. That is, there are few differences between these methods and constructors. So if I compare the methods with constructors, okay, if I compare the methods with constructors, then you will understand what exactly the constructors are. Okay, so to get started, constructors look similar to methods and there are few differences between these methods and constructors. So if you understand those differences, you will understand what exactly the constructors are. So let me take this practically, guys. Okay, let me explain the different differences between the methods and constructors in a practical way. So for that, let me create in this Java project, let me create a new class. I'll call this class as car class. Okay, finish. Inside this car class, I'll create some properties like variables and methods. Like one is car model, string car model. Other one is a method, guys. Public void, okay, public void start car, like this. Okay, so there are few properties inside this car class. That's fine. And this is a method, guys. Okay, this is a method. Whatever we have is a method, right? It looks something like this, public void start car. Even constructors also look similar to methods, guys. Okay, constructors also look similar to methods. So if I have to create a constructor inside this car class, okay, I have to create something like this. I will explain the differences, guys, then you will understand how this constructor got created. For now, blindly watch whatever I'm writing. Okay, I'm just creating a constructor here, guys. You may not understand it in the first go, but let me write it, and later when I explain the differences, you will understand what exactly this constructor do. Okay, and why it got created like this. So I will give something like public car. Okay, so this is a constructor, guys, public car, and this is a constructor. You see, it looks similar to methods, right? That's why I said constructors look similar to methods. Okay, they look similar to methods. This is a method and this is a constructor. Both look similar, guys. But if you understand the differences between this method and constructors, then you will understand these constructors properly. Okay, let me explain. The first difference we have is their own names. Okay, constructor have their own names. That means here the name of the methods have their own names. That means here start car is a method, guys. Okay, start car is a method. It has its own name. Okay, you can create different methods like a public void, method A, method B, start car, stop car. Okay, car details, like that. You can give any name for the methods. So So methods will have their own names. But coming to the constructors, okay, constructors should and must have the names of the class. Okay, the name of the constructor should be same as the name of the class. That is, here if you see the name of the constructor here, this is a constructor, guys, and if you watch the or see the observe the name of this constructor, it is same as a class. Okay, class name is car and constructor name is also car, guys. So there is a rule like methods can have their own names like start car, stop car, and all the stuff. Okay, but coming to the constructors, the name of the constructors should be same or match with the name of the class. Okay, if you create a class known as car, inside that car class you can only create the constructors having the name as car. Okay, that's the first difference, guys. Second difference here is, okay, second difference here is return type. Okay, methods have return type, whereas constructor doesn't have no return type this side. Okay, no return type. If you watch this example again, okay, here this is a method, guys. Is there any return type for this method? Yes, the return type is void. Okay, you can give different return types other than void. You can give like int, okay, float, double, and different return types you can give for the methods. Okay, that's fine. So if you give void here, that means this method doesn't return anything. But void is a return type, which states that this method is not going to return anything. But coming to the constructor won't have any return type. Okay, so that's the second difference, guys. Constructors will not have any return type, but methods will have some return type. Okay, either void or particular data type based on the type of the value that will be returned by the method. Okay, but coming to the constructors, no return type. These are the two rules so far, guys. First rule is the name of the constructor should match with the class name. Okay, should and must match with the class name. But coming to the methods, they have their own names. But second difference is methods have return type, whereas constructors doesn't have any return type. That's the second thing. Third difference here is methods have to be explicitly or specifically called, but constructors will be called during object creation. Okay, automatically called automatically during object creation, guys. Okay, when you call a method, in order to call a method, you have to specifically mention, okay, the method name. But constructors, you don't have to specifically mention. When you create an object, automatically the constructors will be called. Let me show you. So in order to demonstrate that, I will have to create another class, say demo class, and I will have this main method inside that. I'll drag it here so that you can see both the classes together. So you can see both car class and demo class at the same time, right? Now, guys, if I have to call this method, start car method, what I have to do, guys? This start car method is in a other class. Okay, this main method is in demo class, whereas start car is in car class. So if I have to, from this main method of this demo class, if I have to call the start car of the car class, how to do that? I have to first create an object for this car class, right? Car is equal to, or car Maruti, some model you can give. Car Maruti is equal to new car. If I say, okay, some brand I gave, car Maruti is equal to new car. And if I have to call this start car, what I have to do, guys? I have to say Maruti dot start car. Okay, I have to specify it. Okay, specifically or explicitly call this start car method. Okay, after creating an object for this car class using that object reference, I have to specifically, this is method calling statement. Method calling statement generally looks like this, guys. Okay, so in order to call a method, I have to specify it. Okay, I have to specify the method calling statement. But coming to the constructors, you don't have to specify any constructor calling statements. Instead, the constructors will be automatically called here, guys. Okay, while creating an object. When you create an object for this car class, okay, this car constructor is automatically getting called, guys. Okay, you don't have to specifically call it. Okay, when you create an object, during the object creation, constructors will be automatically called. This car here is a calling statement, guys. Okay, this car here is nothing but the constructor calling. So this will call the constructor. This is the constructor, guys. Okay, this is a calling statement of the constructors. Here you didn't mention the constructor statement specifically. Okay, constructor calling statement was not specified specifically. Okay, so while creating the object, this car constructor got called automatically. Okay, so what if I give some print statements inside system.out.println inside car constructor. Okay, and other one is system.out.println inside method. Okay, inside method. So if I run this demo class, if I run this demo.java, what will happen, guys? What will be the output? Okay, what will be the output? So the execution will start from the main method, guys, and the first statement is this object creation statement. Okay, so where we create an object for the car class. As for while the object creation statement is executed, okay, when the object creation statement got executed, this car constructor will be called. Okay, this car constructor will be called. That is this public car, which is a constructor, okay, will be called, and this statement inside the constructor will be printed. That is inside car constructor will be printed in the output. Later, the second statement inside the main method will be executed, where start car method will be called. So inside method will be printed. Okay, inside start car method will be printed. So let's run this and see whether we are getting the same output, whether the constructor is called using this object creation statement and the method is called using this statement. Let's see by running the demo.java. Right click, run as Java application. You see, first inside car constructor, okay, this statement has this thing has called the car constructor, and whatever that is there in the car constructor that got printed. Okay, and next this statement has called the method, and the whatever that is there inside the method inside start car got printed. Okay, method got printed. So guys, so this is what is all about constructors, guys. Okay, constructors are similar to methods and they have these differences. Okay, now hope you understood what exactly the constructors are, guys. When you compare the constructors with methods, you'll understand what exactly the constructors are. Though constructors look similar to methods, they have the differences, like constructors have the same name as a class name. Should and must have the same name as a class name. That's the first difference. Second is constructor doesn't have any return type, no return type. Okay, they won't return anything. Third thing is they will be called automatically when object is created for that particular class. Okay, they will be called automatically when the object is created for that particular class. So guys, this is all about the constructors, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain what is the purpose of constructors. Okay, for now we understood what exactly the constructors are and what are the differences between the methods and constructors. In the next video session, I'll explain why we have to create constructors and what is their purpose. Okay, so that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 160 of Java for Tester series, that is purpose of constructors. In the previous video, I have explained what exactly the constructors are and how to create them. And in the current video session, I am going to explain the purpose of constructors in Java. Okay, what is the purpose of constructors in Java? I am going to explain in this video session. So what is the purpose of constructors, guys? The purpose of the constructors is to simplify the initialization of variables in Java. Okay, so normally we initialize the variables, right? We assign some values to the variables by declaring the variables with some data type and assigning that values to that variables. Okay, when you assign the values to the variables, that part is known as initialization. Okay, initialization of variables means assigning some values to the variables is known as initialization. So with the help of constructors, we can simplify the initialization of variables process. Okay, so how can we understand that constructors can really simplify the initialization of variables? So to make you understand, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take two cases. Okay, I'll practically demonstrate two cases for you. That is, I will try to initialize the variables without constructors. Okay, without using constructors, I'll try to initialize the variables. On the other side, I'll practically demonstrate initializing the variables with constructors. Okay, when you compare both, then you will understand, okay, how constructors will help you in simplifying the initialization of the variables. So let's switch to the practical mode now, guys. Okay, so first what we'll do is we'll create a class, guys. Let's say I will create a class known as car class. Okay, click on finish. Car class got created. Inside this car class, I'll create some properties like variables and methods. Okay, let's say. So I'll take something like string car model int car cost, okay, string car color. Like this, you can take some parameters, okay, string car model, int car color, string car color, int car cost, and string car color. 3 variables are there. You can give any number of variables, that's fine. And I'll create some method like public void, okay, car details, public void car details, system.out.println, okay, model of the car is, when this method is called, it will print the model of the car is whatever the model that is, okay, the car model. And system.out.println, cost of the car is plus this car cost. And finally, the color of the car. Color of the car is plus this car color, okay, like this. Like this, I create a class with these variables and a method, okay. Now guys, I'll first explain without constructors. I will try to initialize the variables without using constructors, okay. For that, what I will do is I'll create another class. I'll call this class as demo class, guys. And I'll select this main method to be there inside that demo class. So this is the main method which is there inside the demo class. Here, okay, from main method, I want to initialize this variables of car class, okay, and then call this method. The task we have here is, from the main method, we have to access these variables and methods, okay. From the main method of demo class, I have to access the variables and methods of the car class. What I have to do, guys? How to initialize these variables and call this method of the car class from the main method of the demo class. For that, guys, since this is car class is a separate class and demo class is a separate class, okay, if you are trying to access from the one of the method of the demo class, then you have to create an object for the car class. Then only we can access these variables and methods, right? That is, I have to say car. I'll say Maruti is equal to new car, okay, like this. Now, since I created an object for this car class, then using the object reference Maruti, I'll simply say how to initialize the variables, right? Here, guys, I am initializing the variables Maruti dot car model. Okay, I'll give this model as Swift model. Then Swift model followed by next variable. I am initializing the next variable. Okay, that is car cost. Car cost is equal to some 8 lakhs. Maruti dot car color, okay, is equal to dot car color. Maruti dot car color is equal to some red color, let's say. Okay, like this, I have initialized the variables of this car class using this Maruti object reference. Now, after initializing all these variables, I will call this method. Okay, I'll call this method. So I'll add something like system.out.println, some line I will add, guys. After printing all the details, this line should be printed as part of separation. Okay, you'll understand why I'm giving here in when I run this program. Okay, so here I will say Maruti dot. I have to call this method called as car details. Okay, to confirm whether this initialization is properly done or not, I am calling this method, guys. Okay, fine. Similarly, I want to create another object for the car class. Okay, so car, this time Benz is equal to new car. Okay, car Benz is equal to new car. Now for Benz, for the object with, for the Benz class also, for the Benz object also, okay, for the object to which the Benz object reference is referring, for that object also I have to initialize these variables, right? For Maruti object reference, I have initialized all these variables and then printed the details. For Benz also, I want to initialize the variables and print them. So what I have to do? Again, I have to do the same process. Okay, again, I have to do the same process. This is one and this is second one. Okay, Benz dot car model. Okay, I'll say Benz A class. Okay, Benz A class model. So now I will say Benz dot car cost. Okay, let's say some 25 lakhs. Benz dot car color. Let's say this is black color. Done. Okay. Now I have to, once I have initialized all the variables for the object to which this Ben's object reference is referring to, then I will get all the details of this Ben's. Okay. Ben's dot. I have to call this method known as car details to check whether all these values have been properly initialized. If they are properly initialized, this, when you call this car details, it will print all the details of the car. Okay. Properly. Now fine. Next thing is, I want to create one more object. Okay. I want to create one more object. First one is Maruti, second one is Benz, third one is going to be, let's say Audi. Okay. New car. Now Audi dot car model. Okay. Audi dot car model. I'm initializing, guys. Again, I'm initializing for the Audi object reference. Okay. Audi dot car model is equal to superhero model. Okay. Let's say. Then Audi dot car cost. Audi dot car cost is equal to, let's say, some 35 lakhs. Audi dot car color is equal to white color. So I have done with the initialization of the variables for the third car, that is Audi car also. Okay. Now I'll print all the details to confirm whether initialization is properly done. That is Audi dot car details. This will get and print all the details that we have initialized so far. Okay. So here, guys, 3 objects are there. For each and every object, we have to initialize the variables, right? We have, for each and every object created for this car class, we have to initialize the variables of this car class. Okay. 3 times I have done. Okay. Now, guys, if I run this program, what will happen, guys? It will run successfully. Okay. This program will work properly. Here initialization is done, right? These 3 steps, okay, or the initialization steps are the first object. These 3 steps are the initialization steps of the second object. These 3 steps are the initialization steps of the third object. When I run this program, right click, run as Java application. You see model of the car is Swift. Okay, I will give some space here. Maybe some space is missing here. Yes, let me run it again. Right click, run as Java application. You see all the details of the car. So they have been properly initialized, guys. Okay, otherwise we will not get this result. The variables have been properly initialized for each and every object that we created. We created 3 objects here. For each and every object, we have initialized the variables. So here, as you can see, for the first object, this values got initialized. Swift 8 lakhs and red. Okay. Second object, Benzer class 25 lakhs and black. Third object, superhero 35 lakhs and white. So everything got initialized and properly printed. Now, guys, till now, without constructors, I have initialized the variables, right? Without using the constructors, I have initialized the variables. Now, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to use a constructor, guys. Okay. Now, I'm going to simplify this program by creating a constructor in this car class and show you how this creation of the constructor here will help you or will simplify the process of initialization in Java. Okay. So let me create a constructor here between the variables and method. I will create a constructor. How to create a constructor, guys? I explained in the previous video. Okay, the name of the constructor should be the name of the class. So I have to say public car. Okay, public car. So constructor looks similar to methods. Here you see constructor has the same format as a method, but it doesn't have any return type, guys. Here void is a return type. Here no return type is there. Okay, fine. So now what I am going to do here is public car is a constructor which is having the same name as a name. Okay. Now in this constructor, I'm going to simplify the initialization process, guys. Okay. So instead of giving a normal constructor, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to parameterize this constructor. Okay. Constructor can be parameterized, guys. So the parameterized constructor will help you in simplifying the initialization of the variables. So we have to create a parameterized constructor. How to create parameters? How many parameters are there? How many variables are there? That many parameters we have to create here. Okay. So for initialization purpose only, we are doing all this stuff, guys. We are creating a constructor which is parameterized constructor. Okay. To make this initialization of these 3 variables possible. So for that, what I'm going to do is first one is car model, right? I will say instead of saying car model here, okay, I will say CM, okay, short form, comma, second one is car cost, okay, int CC, comma, again string, last one is car color, COL, okay. car color, CCOL, car color. Fine. Now I will say this car model is equal to, okay, I'm initializing guys. These three variables I'm initializing in the constructor itself. I don't want to initialize the variables in the this class, okay, this method of the demo class. Instead, I want to initialize the variables inside the constructor itself. For that, I have to parameterize the constructor like this. Okay, for each and every variable provided here, I have to create a with a different name. I have to create a data types like this. Okay, string parameters like this. Same string. If you have string, you have to create a string. Instead of car model, you have to give some name. Okay, which is the related name you have to give. CM. CM stands for car model. CC stands for car cost. Okay, because the variable name should be different, right? If you have the same variables, you will get an error. Compiler error will come. Okay, or things will not work properly. Fine. Car model is equal to CM. I have to say. Okay. Then car cost. Okay, this variable initialization car cost is equal to CC. Okay. Car color is equal to this C call. Okay, C call like this. So this is a parameterized constructor. Okay, to this parameters I have to pass the arguments, right? For the methods, if you have a method which is a parameterized method, for that parameters you generally pass the arguments, right? Similarly, for the constructor also you have to pass the arguments. Okay. So how you will do? I will explain now. Okay. Here guys, we are going to simplify the initialization process. Instead of initializing every time like this. Okay. I'll replace. Here you see already you are getting some compiler errors here with the new car because empty car constructor is not there. This car constructor is having some parameters. It's asking you to pass the arguments here. Okay, the related arguments we have to pass here. What are the arguments that we need to pass to this constructor, guys? I'll pass simply cut here, guys. Okay, cut this 5th from here, then comma, cut this 8 lakhs from here, and then paste it here, and comma, and cut this red from here, paste it here. That's it. Okay, you have to remove all these things. You don't have to initialize in the main method now. Okay, simply pass the arguments here. Initialization will done in the constructor class. I will tell you. Okay, how this program will work. I will explain you. Again, the second one is also having some compiler error. Same thing you will do. Instead of initializing here, we'll pass the arguments. Okay, we will pass this values as the arguments instead of initializing the variables here. We'll pass these values as the arguments. So the constructor we are passing these values. Okay, these 3 steps are not required. You see how simplified the things are becoming now. Okay, for each and every object, I have to initialize, right? I have to initialize. I have to write some extra 3 steps. I have to write here, like 9 steps I have written for 3 objects. Okay, if you have more objects, you have to write it multiple times. So here, car model new car is equal to. In this, we'll put this values as arguments. Okay, fine, comma, last one, the white. Put it, and we don't have to initialize here. Okay, done. Next thing here is that's it, guys. You don't have to do anything else. So what will happen is when this main method is executed, this car constructor will be called. Okay, when main method is like program execution will start from the main method, and the first statement will be executed. When this first statement, that is object creation statements, get executed, okay, this new keyword will create an object, and this constructor car constructor will be called during the object creation itself. This car constructor having some arguments will be called. Okay, and these arguments will be passed to this constructor class. Okay, car constructor class, car constructor. Okay, so here Swift will be passed to this parameter CM, and 8 lakhs will be passed to CC, that is car cost. Red will be passed to this car color. Okay, parameters, and then the CM will be assigned to the variable of the car class. Car model will be here. We are doing the initialization, guys. Okay, car model is equal to whatever the argument that is passed to this parameter will be assigned to this car model. You see, initialization is being done. Okay, and car cost is equal to whatever the car cost you receive from this argument. Okay, car color is equal to whatever the value you will receive from this constructor. Okay, calling constructor. Call. Okay, like that. So all the values will be initialized here. For second object also, okay, when you say Maruti.car since the initialization it is done, all the details of this object will be printed. Then the next object will be created. Again, these arguments will be passed to this constructor. So constructor will be called for the second time, right? And then all these values will be initialized with all these 3 values: Benz, A-class, 25 lakhs, and black. And then when printed, it will be printed. When you say Benz.car details, it will print all the initialized values. Third object will be created. Again, the same arguments will be passed to this car constructor parameters, and they will be initialized here. And then when you say Audi.car details, it will print all the values that got initialized. Okay, let's run this and see whether we are getting the same output or not. Okay, right click, run as Java application. You see, we are getting the proper output, guys. Okay, model of the car is 58 lakhs red, J class 25 lakhs black, superhero 35 lakhs and white. Okay, we are getting a proper output. Things are working fine, guys, right? So this will simplify the program, right? This will simplify the initialization process. For initializing, if you have multiple variables, guys, it will become very difficult, guys, because you have to initialize each and every value. Okay, each and every variable you have to initialize each and every object. Instead of initializing each and every variable for each and every object, what we generally do is we'll simply pass the arguments. Okay, and the constructor parameterized constructor will be called, and automatically everything will be taken care by the constructor. Initialization will be taken care by the constructor. Here only 3 statements have to be written here inside the constructor. But here, if you don't specify this constructor, you have to write good number of statements. Okay, that's how, guys, constructors, okay, will help us in simplifying the initialization of the variables in Java. So that's about the purpose of constructors, guys. The purpose of the constructor is to simplify the initialization of the variables in classes. Okay. And in the next video session, I'll explain about empty hidden constructor. Okay. There is an empty hidden constructor concept. I'll explain that in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 161 of Java for Tester series, that is empty hidden constructor. What is empty hidden constructor? What is this empty hidden constructor? In Java, if you don't create any constructor, okay, inside a class, when you don't create a constructor inside a class, then in such kind of situations where you don't create a constructor inside a class, what will happen is Java compiler, okay, will create a hidden empty constructor for us. Okay, when you don't create a constructor inside a class, Java compiler will internally create a hidden empty constructor. Okay, here empty hidden constructor is not a term in Java, guys. Okay, it's a situation where when you don't create a constructor inside a class, Java compiler will create a such kind of empty hidden constructor. Okay, if you don't create a constructor, Java compiler will create this kind of constructor, guys. That constructor is known as empty hidden constructor. So let me practically demonstrate, guys, where exactly this empty hidden constructor will be created by Java compiler when you don't create a constructor inside a class. Let me practically show you. Right click, new class, name this class as car class, finish, and inside this car class create a variable, say some variable create, guys, car model, and create a method like public void car details. Okay, general methods you create, right? That method. Fine, these things are good. System.out.println, the model of the car is, okay, colon plus car model. Okay, this is the model of the car. That's fine. Here you see inside this car class there is a variable and method. But did you create any constructor here, guys? Is there any constructor inside the car class? No, we didn't create any constructor. Now create another class. Name this class as demo class and have this main method. Create a main method inside this demo class. And now let's try to create an object for this car class. Car Maruti is equal to new car. Okay. This object creation statement, when you create an object for car class, this constructor will be called. The car constructor will be called. But here, guys, there is no constructor created. Okay. Here inside the car class, there is no constructor. But here, while you create an object, this car constructor is being called. From the object creation statement, this car constructor is being called, but there is no constructor inside the car class to be called. So will this result in an error, guys? Is it resulting in any error? There is no error, guys. There is no compiler error coming so far, right? You see, things are working fine. How this can happen, guys? How this can happen? Even though there is no constructor, I'm not getting any error here. Okay. In the object creation statement, I'm not getting any error at the place of the constructor, even though there is no constructor in the car class. The reason here is, in such kind of situations, when you don't create any constructor inside the class, then internally Java compiler will create a constructor. Okay, Java compiler creates a constructor internally. Okay, Java compiler creates a constructor internally, and this constructor is a hidden and empty constructor. Okay, it's a hidden and empty constructor. Why I'm saying hidden, guys? Do you see any constructor here? Java compiler is internally creating a constructor. Do you see any constructor here? When you don't create a constructor, do you see any constructor inside the car class? No. That's the reason Java compiler is internally creating a hidden constructor, which you can't see on the in the code. Okay, and empty constructor. That means in a hidden mode, the constructor will look something like this. Okay, public, the name of the class, that is car, and it's empty. Why I'm saying empty, guys? There will not be any code inside that. And also why I'm saying hidden, this code will not be visible. It is internally created by Java compiler. Okay, to solve this problem, to solve this possibility of the compiler error here. When you create an object, the constructor will be called, but if the constructor is not available here, then you will get a compiler error, right? To solve this problem, Java compiler is creating constructor internally, and that too, it is a hidden constructor because it is internally created, and it's an empty constructor, guys. Okay, when this car constructor is called, since this is constructor is an empty constructor, nothing will happen. Okay, even though this internal or hidden constructor is called here by this object creation statement, when this constructor is called, it doesn't have any code to be executed, so nothing will happen. Nothing will happen, guys. So that's how Java compiler creates a constructor internally, which is a hidden and empty constructor, guys. When you run this program, run demo.java, nothing will happen, guys. Okay, you will not get any problem. Okay, you will not get any output because there is nothing here. So car constructor is called, and internally the internal constructor created by Java compiler is being called, which doesn't have any code, so nothing happened. So this is how, guys, this is all about the empty hidden constructor created by the Java compiler in Java when you don't create a constructor inside the class. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain this keyword and using it with constructors. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 162 of Java for Tester series. That is this keyword and constructors. So how to use this keyword in constructors, and how can this keyword when used in constructor will benefit us. Okay, on using this keyword in constructors, what is the benefit that we are going to get? In order to understand that, let me practically demonstrate. Okay, let me practically demonstrate the advantage that you get on using this keyword inside constructors. Fine. So inside this Java project, let's create a new class known as car class. Finish. And here, what we'll do is we'll try to initialize the variables, guys. Okay, inside this car class, we'll try to initialize the variables. Okay, so in order to initialize the variables, we should have some variables, right? So let's create few variables inside this car class, that is string car model, int car cost, and double car mileage. Like that, let's create three variables. Now, how to initialize these variables, guys? As explained in one of the previous videos, the best way or simplest way of initializing these variables is by using the constructor. So let's create a constructor here, and then let's try to initialize these variables using that constructor. So let's first create a constructor public. The name of the constructor should match with the name of the class. So car, provide the circular brackets, and then, okay, open and close these things, curly brackets. Fine. So now I have to initialize these three variables. Okay, these variables are instance variables. Okay, the variables which are directly under the class are known as instance variables, right? If you create some variables directly inside the class, these variables will become the instance variables. So these are the instance variables. Now, in order to initialize all these instance variables of this class, that is car class, inside the car constructor, I have to provide the parameters. Okay, I have to parameterize this car constructor in such a way that all these three instance variables can be initialized. So for this string car model, I'll give string CM. Okay, I will not give the same name, guys. Okay, I will not give here. If car model is there, I'll give CM. Okay, I don't want to duplicate. I would like to make a difference. Okay, here int car cost, comma. Okay, now finally double car mileage. So instead of car cost, I will give short form like car CC. Okay, here double, instead of car mileage, I'll give some CMI. Okay, car model, car cost, car mileage. For each and every instance variable here, I created an associated parameter inside this car constructor. Now, using these parameters, okay, when this car constructor is called, generally the arguments will be sent to these parameters, right? Argument values will be received by these parameters. That argument values will generally assign it to the instance variables, right? So the initialization of this instance variable will happen in that way. So how to do that? If I say car model, okay, that is instance variable is equal to this parameter, okay, CM parameter. Now the next thing, car cost is equal to instance variable car cost is equal to, this is how we do the initialization, guys. Okay, by assigning the values received by the parameters of this constructor to the instance variables of this car class. This process is known as initialization. Okay, this is a simplified way of initialization by using the car constructor class constructor. Okay, CMI done. Fine. Now initialization is done. But guys, things are good. So if I double select here, if I try to double click here on this car model, okay, this car model is getting highlighted. That means this is an instance variable, right? This car model is car model. If I double click on this car cost, this car cost is getting highlighted. If I double click on the car mileage, this car mileage is highlighting. That means these three are instance variables, right? They're connected. Okay, so these are nothing but instance variables. What if I double click on the CM? Only the CM is getting highlighted. That means the CM is nothing but this CM. Okay, here this car model is nothing but this car model. Here this CM is nothing but this CM, like that. Okay, if I say CC, this CC is nothing but this CC, and CMI, this CMI is this CMI. Fine. But guys, things are very good now. Okay, things initialization is will be properly done. But I got a problem where these things are not readable for me. Okay, this is a problem statement. Okay, I feel that I'm not as a, if even though I create some CM, CC short forms for these names, I felt like these are not readable. Okay, when some other person comes and goes through this program, he will not understand what this CM is, CC is, and CMI are. Okay, so I want to make them readable. In order to make them readable, what I did is here string car model I give, the same car model I am giving here. So now I feel that okay, this is more readable. Okay, car cost, here also car cost I am giving. Now the things are very readable. Okay, and also related properly. Okay, this is a car model, car cost. Why should I hide the things? I felt like I should not hide the things, and also I felt like these things are not readable earlier. Now after I change this CM to car model, CC to car cost, car mileage to car mileage, okay, then I felt like things are very good. Okay, then I felt like things are very good. So here guys, since I have, these are the instance variables and these are the parameters, both the instance variables names and parameter names are same now, right? I have done this change to make this parameter names more readable. Okay, now they are more readable and we are using the variables according to the purpose. Okay, we are naming the variables according to the purpose, so things are very good. Here I have to assign to this instance variable, I have to assign this parameter. I'm just believing that and assigning this. Okay, here car cost parameter I'm assigning to the instance variable of the car cost. Car mileage I'm assigning to the instance variable of the car mileage. But guys, there is something wrong going on. Okay, on making this parameters readable and also unique, okay, on making this variables readable and unique, so then what happened here is I'm getting some warning messages. Why I'm getting the warning message, let me explain. Okay, here both the instance variables and the parameter names have the same name. Okay, that is the problem guys. Okay, what if I double click on this car model? Is any car model selected here? You see the instance variable earlier, this car model was selected. When I double click here, this side was getting selected, but this time it's not getting selected. If I double click on the carcass instance variable, it's not getting selected. That means none of these are the instance variables. Okay, it looks like they are instance variable, but these are not the instance variable, guys. What if I double click on the car model? You see, both car models are getting highlighted. That means these two are nothing but the parameters only. I'm assigning the parameter to the parameter itself. Okay, it's not wrong, right? But initialization has to be done for the instance variable. I have to assign the car parameter to the instance variable. But here, both the sides we have the car model. When I double click here, you see these two things are getting highlighted because instance variables and parameter names are same. That's causing the problem, guys. Okay, that's causing the problem. When I so here these statements are being considered as parameters. Okay, if I double click carcass, both are carcass parameters only. There is no instance variable carcass here. Okay, car mileage also same. So how to differentiate them? How to solve this problem, guys? I want to make the parameters readable. Okay, I don't want to go back. Now instance variables are readable. Now these parameters also readable, and also they are related. I know that this car model is related to this one, car cost is related to this one, car mileage is equal to this one. By giving the same names, these things are very good now. I don't want to go back. But the problem here is when I give the same names, here parameter is equal to parameter is happening, guys. Instance variable is equal to parameter is not happening. Okay, that's the problem. Java is not able to differentiate the instance variable with a parameter. Instead, it's stating everything because both the names are same. It's stating both the sides as parameters only. Okay, that's the problem. Java is not able to decide that this is a instance variable and this is a parameter. So how to tell Java that this is an instance variable and this is a parameter? Okay, to differentiate the instance variable from the parameters when both the instance variables and parameters have the same name. In that case, guys, how to differentiate? We have to simply add a keyword known as this. We have to say this dot. Okay, this is a instance variable. Using this keyword in Java, you are mentioning that this is a instance variable. Okay, and here also wherever you want to mention that something is an instance variable, you have to say this dot. Okay, if you say this dot car cost, it is an instance variable. If you say here this dot car mileage, okay, this is an instance variable. Okay, I am differentiating the instance variable from the parameters. So now if I double click on the car model, you see car model is getting highlighted. When I say this dot, Java is when I say this dot, Java is not now able to identify that this is an instance variable because this keyword is there. Even though the names are same, when I say this dot, this will become an instance variable. Okay, here also instance variable. You see car cost, car mileage is this car mileage. When I double click here, this is a parameter. Okay, so now things are going fine, guys. Okay, car model parameter is getting assigned to the instance variable. Here car cost parameter is getting assigned to the car cost instance variable. Here car mileage is getting assigned to the car mileage instance variable. So that's the role of this keyword in Java, guys. Okay, to differentiate the instance variables from the parameters of the constructor. Okay, so in case the names of the variable names of the instance variables and the parameter variable names are same. When such kind of situation happens, if you want to differentiate the instance variables from the parameters, then you simply have to add this keyword beside the instance variables. Okay, so this will become instance variables and other non this keyword mentioned variables will become the parameters. Okay, so this is the purpose, guys. This is the purpose of using this keyword in constructors. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain what will happen when you don't initialize any variables using constructors. Okay, that is constructors and no initialization. So I will explain this in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 163 of Java for testers. That is not initializing the variables using constructors result in default values. So what does that mean? So in Java, we use constructors to simplify the initialization of variables in a class, right? As explained in one of the previous videos, the purpose of the constructors is to simplify the initialization of the variables in a class. Okay, but what if I don't use any constructor in the class? Okay, what if I will not use or create any constructor inside the class? Thereby, what will happen to the variables of that class? if I don't use the constructor inside the class for initializing those variables, what will happen to that variables of that class? So guys, if you don't use a constructor for initializing the variables of the class, default values, okay, default values will be assigned to those variables, okay. Default values will be assigned to those variables. For example, if there is a variable of in data type, the value like 0 will be assigned, okay. The default value 0 will be assigned. If there is a variable of boolean data type, then false value will be assigned. If there is a variable of string data type, then null value will be assigned. If there is a variable of char data type, nothing will be assigned, okay. Like that guys, if there is a variable of double data type, okay, 0.0 default value will be assigned, okay. If you don't initialize the variables of a class using the constructors, then automatically default values like this will be assigned to those variable types. Let me practically demonstrate this to you guys, okay. So let's create a class, new class. I'll create a class known as car. Any name you can create, guys, okay? Or else I will create something like class A. Finish. And in this class A, I'll create the variables. Let's say byte A is equal to byte A. That's it. Okay. I'm not initializing any values here. Byte A, short B, int C, long D, float E, double F, okay, char G, boolean H. Like this, different variables I declared. Now, I'm not creating any constructor to initialize all these variables of different data types. Directly what I will do is, I'll create a method like this, okay, public void details, okay, details. I'm just creating a method known as details, okay, normal method. Inside this details method, I will try to print the variables, okay, without initializing these variables, I'm trying to print, okay, the variable, the byte variable A, colon, I'll say plus like this, okay, plus this A I will be printing, okay. What is stored inside the byte variable A, okay, like that. Similarly, I will try to copy paste this statement multiple times so that I can do this for all the variables. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 I will do. And here how many are there? 8 are there. One more thing, 9. Here I will also create a variable with string, okay, string I. So 9. So here A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. One more extra is there. So I will remove this last one. This will be enough. And first one is byte, then short, int, long. Then we have float, double, char, this is char, this is boolean, this is string, okay. And here I'll make A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, okay. Now how to call this method? So for that, I'll try to create another class. I'll name this class as demo with public static void main method. I'll move it this side so that you can see both the classes at same time. And in order to call this method, details method, so that all the statements will be executed and all the default values assigned to this variables will be printed. Okay. Since I have not initialized these variables, some default values will be assigned, guys. Okay. Some default values will be assigned to this different variables automatically by Java. And when you try to execute this details method, all these variables, default values of these variables without initialization will be printed. Okay, when not initialized will be printed. So how to do that? We have to create an object for this class, right? Class A is equal to A object is equal to new class A, like this. Okay, now I will call this method using this object reference of this class. I will call the method details method of this class A. That is object A dot details. Okay, like this. That's it. So here, guys, before I run anything, I'll explain that there are different types of variables. created here without any initialization done, right? Even there is no constructor for simplifying the initialization process. In such kind of case, okay, if you try to access these variables, okay, if you try to access these variables, okay, and try to print the values stored in them without initialization, if you try to print the values stored into that variables, okay, the default values will be printed. Default values of each and every variable type will be printed, guys. So let's see what are the default values that we are going to get for each and every variable type here. So right click, run as Java application. Okay. So you see the byte variable is assigned with some default value 0. Okay. Default values will be assigned to all these variables, guys. Okay. Short also same, int also same. All these integer variables, same thing, guys. 0, 0, 0, 0. Like decimal type like float and double 0, 0.0, 0, 0.0. Coming to the char, you see nothing is there. Okay. Blank. Space. You can say it as space, guys. Okay. This is space got assigned to this char. Single character space kind of. Boolean variable h. You see, out of true false, only false. False is the default value of the boolean. Okay, got assigned. And string, as there is nothing, null. Okay, there is no object created for the string, so null will be printed. Like this, guys, default values will be printed. Okay, will be resulted when you don't initialize the variables inside the class using the constructors. Okay, so we have to use constructors to initialize the variables. Otherwise, the default values will be resulted when trying to print those variables. So this is about this session, guys. The next video session, I'll explain different types of constructors we have in Java. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 164 of Java for Tester series, that is types of constructors. Constructors in Java can be categorized into 3 types. They are default constructors, then no arc constructors, and parameterized constructors. Constructors in Java can be categorized into 3 types, that is default constructors, no arc constructors, and parameterized constructors. So let me practically explain what is default constructor, what is no arc constructor, and what is parameterized constructor. Okay. So let's create a class, guys. Let's say, let's name this class as car class. Click on finish. And inside this class, okay, inside this, let's create a few variables. Let's say string car model. Okay, like this. Done. And some sample method also, public void car details. Some sample method. So this is a normal car having some properties like variables and methods. So in this class, if I don't create, okay, when I don't create any constructor, no constructor is created, okay, then Java compiler, while executing this program, okay, while compiling this program, Java compiler will internally create a hidden and empty constructor. Okay. So when you don't create any constructor in a class, then Java compiler, while compiling this code, will internally create a hidden empty constructor. You cannot see that in the source code, guys. In the .java file, you will not see that. Okay. So, but Java compiler will compile and add this thing to the .class file. That is, during the compilation, internally, a hidden empty constructor will be added. It will look something like this, guys. Okay. Hidden empty. It will not be visible in the source code, guys. It will not be there in the source code. It will be something like this. Public car. Okay. Constructor. Name of the constructor should match with the name of the class. And it is empty. Okay. There will be nothing, guys. Okay. There will be nothing. So out of 3 different types of constructors, first one is a default constructor. Okay. So this is nothing but the default constructor, guys. Okay. When you don't create any constructor, Java compiler will create a default constructor, which is internally created. It will not be visible in the code and it is hidden. Okay. It's not visible in the code. That's why it's hidden. and it's kind of empty, guys. Even though it is internally created and hidden, okay, it doesn't have any code inside this constructor. It will not keep any code inside the constructor body like this. Okay, it will be empty. Constructor body will be empty. So such kind of constructor is known as default constructor, guys. Okay, default, first type of constructor, that is default constructor, which will be created by Java compiler internally when you don't create anything. Okay, it will be hidden from the source code, and also internally it will be empty, guys. Okay, though you cannot see on the visibly you cannot see, but internally it's kind of empty. Okay, that is nothing but default constructors. Coming to the second type of constructor, that is no or constructor. For example, you are creating some constructor like this, public tar, and there are no parameters here. Okay, normal constructor, system.out.println inside constructor. Okay, like this. Okay, with code or without code doesn't matter. Okay, with code or this constructor when created manually by you inside this car class without parameters, with code. So here with code or without code. Okay, do you have some code inside this constructor, or if you don't have any code inside the constructor, that doesn't matter, guys. This constructor, we generally call it as no or constructor because it doesn't have any parameters. Okay, it can be empty also, guys. Still we call it as no or constructor. Okay, if even though it has some code also, we call it as no or constructor. Now the third type of constructor, guys, that is possible in constructor, that is parameterized constructors. That is, here if I say int a string b, okay, like this, double c, like this. Okay, here I am providing the parameters for this constructor. This constructor is known as parameterized constructor. Okay, so constructors can be categorized into three types. That is default constructor. When we don't create any constructor, it is considered as default constructor because Java compiler will internally create such kind of constructor. Okay, and coming to the next type of constructor, where we create a constructor but we don't provide any parameters for the constructor. Such constructor is known as no or constructor. And third one is when you provide the parameters like this to the constructor. This kind of constructor is known as third type of constructor, that is parameterized constructor. Okay, so guys, these are the different types of constructors in Java. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain about constructor overloading. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 165 of Java for Tester series, that is constructor overloading. So what is constructor overloading? So in order to understand what exactly is constructor overloading, let me explain few things. Let's say, guys, there is a class. Assume that this box is a class. And inside this class, you have different constructors. Okay, this is constructor 1, this is constructor 2, this is constructor 3. Let's say all these constructors have the same name. Let's say there is a name given to the constructor, that is, let's say car is a constructor. Okay, this constructor is also having the same name, and this constructor is also having the same name. So guys, if you create multiple constructors, more than one constructor inside the same class, and if all these constructors are going to have the same name, will we get any error, or is it okay, guys? Do we get any error, or Java will accept? What will be the result, guys? What will be the result? The result here is you can make Java accept this scenario. Okay, you can make Java accept this scenario by differentiating them using parameters. Okay, and also there is a possibility of getting errors, guys. Okay, there is a possibility of getting error when you don't differentiate. Okay, if parameters are not differentiated, then you are going to get a error. Okay, otherwise Java will allow you to create multiple constructors having the same name, when you differentiate them, you differentiate these different constructors having the same name with the parameters. Okay, parameters. That is either count of the parameters. Okay, in one of the constructor if there is no parameter, and the second constructor if there is one parameter, that makes the difference, guys. Okay, that's how Java will accept you to create multiple constructors having the same name when they differ in parameters count or type of parameters. That is, in one of the constructor you created a parameter which is declared with the variable which whose variable is declared with int data type. In another constructor you create a variable, okay, single variable only, but it is declared with some string class. So both will become different. Okay, Java will accept even though they have the duplicate name, because the first constructor is having some type of parameter and second constructor is having another type of parameter. Java will allow you to create duplicate constructors having different type of parameters and also different count of parameters. Okay, the other one is the order in which the parameters are created. For example, the first constructor, there are two parameters. One is one parameter is of int and other parameter of string. Okay, and in the second constructor, again there are two parameters, but the first parameter is string and second parameter is int. Here int string, here string and int. The order of the declaration of the parameters is different. Here int is declared first, then string is declared. But here the first parameter is declared as string and the second parameter is declared as int. So such kind of cases also Java will allow you to create duplicate constructors. Okay, duplicate constructors can be allowed when the parameters of the constructors differ in count, type, and order. Okay, but what if we have the different constructors which don't differ in the parameters? Okay, here let's say there is a car constructor and does it have any parameter? Here also car constructor without any parameter. In such cases, guys, you will get an error. Okay, you will get an error. So what is constructor overloading now? Constructor overloading is nothing but having multiple constructors. Okay, having multiple constructors having the duplicate names inside the same class is known as constructor overloading, which differ in the parameters. Okay, so multiple constructors inside the same class having the duplicate names which only differ in the parameters is known as constructor overloading, guys. Let me practically demonstrate so that it will be more clear for you. Okay, let me first take this error part. Okay, I'll show you how the error will be displayed. Then I will show you the solution on how to differ the parameters. Okay, so let me show you. Let's create a new class, guys. Inside this project, let's create a new class, say car class. Okay, car class. Click on finish. Inside this car class, let's create constructors. Okay, let's create constructors. So how to create constructor? Public car. The name of the constructor will be same as the name of the class. Okay, this is the constructor name, this is the class name. So they are same. Now, if I create similar constructor again, public car, the first constructor doesn't have any parameters. Now, if I try to create another constructor, okay, which is having the same name as the class name, okay, now the first constructor name and second constructor name are duplicate names. Here, first constructor is not having any parameters and second constructor is not having any parameters. In such cases, guys, you are going to get error. As I mentioned here, if you don't differentiate the constructor with the parameters, okay, then you are going to get error. So compile error we are going to get, guys. So it will say duplicate constructors in the type car. Okay, in the inside the car class there are duplicate constructor. It is saying, what if I say int x? Here if I say int y, okay, here also same issue, guys. Okay, the first constructor is having single parameter of int data type, and second constructor is also having the single parameter and that too also int data type. Both the constructors have the single variable, single parameters having the same data type. They also will be treated as duplicate, guys. Okay, you see the first constructor and second constructor, you are not differentiating with the number of parameters. What if I remove the first parameter? In the first constructor, if I remove the parameter and only I will keep the parameter inside the second constructor, you see the error got resolved. Despite of having the multiple constructors having the same name, okay, Java is allowing because in the first constructor there are no parameters, in second constructors there are parameters. What if I create one more thing like this? Public car int x. Okay, again I will get duplicate constructor error because second constructor and third constructor they have the same number of parameters and same type of the parameters. Okay, so Java will definitely give you the duplicate constructor error. So what if I say int x comma int y? This will be resolved. the error will be resolved because the second constructor is having the only one parameter, whereas third constructor is having the two parameters. Okay, 0 parameters, 1 parameters, and 2 parameters. Since these three constructors are differing in the number of parameters, count of the parameters, Java is allowing you to create multiple constructors having the duplicate names. This is possible, and this process is known as constructor overloading, guys. Okay, and this process of Java allowing you to create multiple duplicate constructors inside the same class is known as method overloading, just by differentiating them using the count of the parameters. Okay, so we can also differentiate the parameters, and we can overload more constructors by not only count but by also differentiating the parameters with the help of type. Okay, what I mean to say here is, here if I say after this, if I give public car some int x, okay, if I give something like this, I'll get duplicate constructor error. But what if here the parameters count is same, right? Only one parameter, here also one parameter, that too int data type. Okay, if I change this to string, you see the error got resolved. Even though we have the single parameter in the second and third constructor here, even though we have the single parameter, but this parameter is of int data type, whereas this parameter is of string data type. So based on the type of the data, based on the type of the parameters, we can differentiate the constructors. Okay, now the third thing here is, that's fine. Now if I say public car int x comma int y, okay, so here also I am getting the duplicate constructor error because this car constructor and this constructor have the same name and they have the same number of parameters, that is two parameters, and all these two parameters are in data type, these two parameters are also in data type. What if, how to resolve this? Either I have to change the count. Here if there are two parameters, if I give three parameters, that will be allowed. Okay, or I have to change the count, or I have to change the data type of the parameters. Let's say one of the parameter I will change it to string, guys. Okay, like this, int string. Okay, int string. This is allowed, guys. Okay, you see why? Because the second parameter data type is int and second parameter data type is string here. So they are different. So as we are differentiating these two constructors, even though having the same name, with the help of the parameters types, so they got differentiated. Okay, Java is no more treating them as duplicate constructors. Fine. Now what if I create something like this, public car int x comma string y? This will give duplicate constructor error, right? Because this constructor has two parameters. First one is int and second one is string. This constructor also has two parameters. First one is int and second one is string. What if I make this first parameter as string and second parameter as int? This will resolve the error, guys. The order in which these parameters are declared is different. Okay, even though the second this constructor and this constructors have the same two parameters, and they have the same type of parameters like string, int, but the order is different, guys. Here first parameter is declared as int, whereas here first parameter is declared as string. Here the second parameter is declared as string and second parameter here declared as int. So here int and string, here string and int. The order of the declaration of the parameters is different. So based on the count, based on the type of the parameter, that is the data type of the parameter, and based on the order in which the parameters are declared, based on all these three things, guys, okay, we can differentiate the constructors with the help of the parameters, okay, by using these three parameters like count, type, and order. Okay, so Java will allow you to create multiple constructors inside the same class when you differentiate these constructors with the type of parameters like count, type, and order. Based on the count, type, and order of the parameters, if you differentiate, okay, then Java will allow you to create this overloading constructors. Okay, and this concept is known as constructor overloading, guys. This concept is known as constructor overloading. So this is all about the constructor overloading, guys, where Java will allow you to create a duplicate and multiple constructors inside the same class when they differentiate in terms of parameters like type of the parameters, count of the parameters, and order of the parameters in which they are declared. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain how to use this statement with constructor overloading. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 166 of Java for tester series. That is this calling statement and constructor overloading. So what is this calling statement? This is a constructor calling statement. This is a constructor calling statement which can be used. Okay, what is the purpose? This is a constructor calling statement, and what is the purpose? This constructor calling statement can be used for calling the overloaded constructors inside a class. If you have overloaded constructors inside a class, then you can use this constructor calling statements to call those constructors. Okay. For example, let's say there is a class here. Okay. Let's assume that this is a class. Okay. Diagrammatically, this is a class. Inside that class, if you have multiple constructors, okay, inside the same class, we have multiple constructors having the same name. Then these constructors are known as overloaded constructors, right? A class having multiple constructors having the same name inside the same class. Okay, if you have multiple constructors inside the same class having the same name, those are overloaded constructors. So we can use these constructor calling statements to call such kind of overloaded constructors. Let me practically demonstrate how to use this constructor calling statement for calling the overloaded constructors inside a class. Okay, these overloaded constructors inside a class. So let me switch to the practical mode now. So let's create a let's first create a class, guys. That is, right click new class. I'll name this class as car. Click on finish. Inside this car class, let's create constructors. So that is public car. Okay, first I will create a constructor which doesn't have any parameters. Okay, as you can see, this is a constructor having no parameters, guys. System.out.println. Okay, system.out.println. Inside no parameters. Inside car constructors. Car constructor having no parameters. Okay, this constructor doesn't have any parameters. So I'm saying inside car constructor, no parameters. When this constructor is called, we'll print this statement. Okay. Next thing, I'll create another constructor. This time I'll give some parameters, guys. Okay. Let's say I will say int x. System dot out dot println inside car constructor having single parameter. That is, the single parameter is nothing but this plus x. Okay, this is a single parameter. Now another constructor, that is public car int a comma int b. Okay, int a comma int b. It has two parameters, guys. Okay, the first car constructor has only doesn't have any parameters. The second one has single parameters. Third one has two parameters. System.out.println. Okay, inside two parameters. Okay, two parameters, car constructor, that is plus x plus some space, then plus y. Okay, I'm just printing the parameters. So anything missing here? From here to here, it's okay. This is a and b, guys. So I have to give a and b here. Okay, these parameters have the variables as a and b, so I have to give a and b. That's fine. You see, this is a car class, guys. Inside this car class, we have overloaded methods. Sorry, overloaded constructors. Okay, there are different overloaded constructors. So this is one constructor, second constructor, third constructor. Java is allowing you to create multiple constructor inside the same class having the same name, right? Constructors will have the name as the name of the class name. Okay, constructor name should be same as the name of the class name. So here, all these three constructors have the same name, that is car. But how they differ, guys? They differ in the terms of parameters here. Okay, and they become the overloaded constructors. That's why they are called as overloaded constructors. Constructors having the same name but different parameters, okay, are known as overloaded constructors. This car class has overloaded constructors. That's fine. Now let me practically demonstrate something for you guys where I will be using or explaining how to use this constructor calling statement. How to use this constructor calling statement, where exactly we can use this constructor calling statement. Let me practically show you. Now I'll create another class known as demo class, which has this main method inside it. I'll drag it here so that you can see both demo class and car class at the same time. Inside this main method, okay, inside this main method, I'll create an object for this car class. Car C is equal to new car. I will say car C is equal to new car. If I say something like this, what will happen, guys? If I create an object for the car class like this, which constructor will be called? This constructor or this constructor or this constructor. During the object creation statement, some constructor will be called from the constructor will be called during the object creation statement itself. That is, this is a constructor calling statement. So this particular constructor calling statement will call which constructor out of this car class. There are three constructors, three overloaded constructors are there. Now using this car, which constructor will be called? This constructor. So instead of calling this constructor, what if I want to call, let's say I want to call this constructor, guys. Okay, I want to call the second constructor that is having single parameter. So what I have to do, I have to pass some value. Let's say if I pass some value like some 9, okay, then which constructor will be called, guys? Out of these three constructors, overloaded constructors, this during this object creation, which constructor will be called? Okay, car constructor having the single parameter, that too of int type, will be called, right? This will call this constructor. Fine. So if I run this, this statement will be printed, guys. Okay, the inside car constructor single parameter having the value, whatever the value that we pass, 9 will be printed. Let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. You will get the same result, guys. The inside car constructor having the single parameter. Okay, that is the value passed. The argument is 9, guys. Okay, parameter here is x. So that x got printed here. This argument got passed to the variable of the parameter here, and that got printed in the output as like this, right? That's fine. So far so good. Now guys, even though you are calling this, even though using this object creation statement, you are calling the constructor having the single parameter. Okay, what if I want to, okay, without creating the object, if I have to call this car constructor, what I have to do? Now using this object creation statement, which constructor is getting called? The constructor having the single parameter is getting called. But at the same time, I not only want to call this a single parameter constructor, but also the no parameter constructor also at same time. What I have to do? For that, guys, we have to use this constructor calling statement. If I say this here and end it with semicolon like this, okay. So during this object creation statement, constructor having the single parameter will be called. That means this constructor having the single parameter out of all these overloaded constructors will be called. When this constructor is called, initially this constructor calling statement will be executed. Okay, this constructor calling statement will be executed, and this will call this one. Okay, this constructor calling statement will call this overloaded constructor. Okay, so what will happen when this one will call this constructor calling statement? So it will print inside constructor no parameter. After that, after printing that, this statement inside this single parameter constructor will be executed. So now guys, by creating this object, okay, for the car class single time, we are calling two constructors. First, we are calling this constructor having the single parameter, and inside that constructor, this constructor calling statement is there, which will call the constructor having no parameters. Okay, the constructor having no parameters. So this one will be called. So this will be printed. Once this is printed, then this statement will be printed. So two constructors will be executed, guys, in this scenario. Okay, first this statement will be executed, then this statement, right? Because this is coming before this one. So right click, run as Java application, and observe that you will see inside car constructor having no parameters. That is, this one got printed. That means this constructor calling statement has called this constructor, and the statement or code inside this normal constructor, that is constructor without any parameters, got printed. Then inside car constructor having single parameter got printed. Fine. Now what if after this constructor calling statement, if I add something like this, I'll give values like 3, 6. Okay, and put a semicolon. What will happen, guys, in this case? I'm getting some error. Okay, I'll remove this. Only one is allowed, I guess. Okay, you see, now it's working fine. Inside a single constructor, only one this constructor calling statement should be there. That is another rule. Inside single constructor, only single constructor calling statement should be there. So instead of using this normal this constructor calling statement without having any values, okay, which constructor will be called? This constructor will be called. Now guess, guys, if I give values like 3, 6 here, what will happen? What will happen if I give the values like 3, 6 here? Which constructor will be called, guys? Here, the constructor having two parameters will be called. Okay, that is this particular constructor will be called car having two parameters. So 3 will be going to A and 6 will be going to B. Will be called. Okay. Now if you run this, what will happen? The execution will start from the main method and an object will be created for the car class. During the object creation statement, the car constructor having the single parameter will be called. That is this particular thing will be called, and this 9 will be passed to this X. That's fine. After this 9 is assigned to this X parameter, then we'll go inside the constructor, and initially this calling statement having two arguments is there. Okay, which will match which overloaded constructor will match this calling statement, guys? This one, right? So this constructor will be called, and this overloaded constructor will be called, and this 3 will be assigned to A and 6 will be assigned to B, and inside two parameter car constructor A and B, that is 3 and 6 will be printed here. Once that is done, then inside car constructor single parameter, okay, that is 9 will be printed. So let's see whether that is happening or not. Right click, run as Java application. Using inside two parameter car constructor, that is 3, 6. First this constructor calling statement has called this constructor. Okay, and then after that this statement inside this single parameterized constructor got printed, right? So this is how it is working. What if I don't give any value here? Okay, so which constructor will be called this time, guys? During the object creation statement, which constructor will be called? The constructor having the overloaded constructor having no parameters will be called. Okay, when it is called, what I will do is I will say this of some 3, I will say. Okay, this of 3. So what will happen, guys? When this constructor is called, when object is created, the constructor having no parameters will be called. That is, this constructor will be called, right? Then when this constructor is getting executed, this having single parameter will be called. That is this one, right? So 3 will be passed to X, and whatever that is there, that will be printed. Okay, with the value 3 will be printed. So if I again do something like this, this of 4, 5, if I give something like this, okay, what will happen? The flow will be something like this, guys. Okay, empty constructor will be called. Okay, no parameterized constructor will be called, and first it will have this of 3. So which is a overloaded method having the single parameter, that will be overloaded constructor having the single parameter, that is this constructor. So 3 will be passed to X, and after going here, this of 4, 5 will be there. So again, from this single parameterized constructor, we are calling two parameterized constructor. 4 and 5 will be passed here, and that will be printed. Then this will be printed. Then this will be printed. All the 3 statements will be printed this time, guys. Okay. Right click, run as Java application. You see all the 3 constructors got executed. Like this, guys, we can use this constructor calling statements for internally calling the overloaded constructors inside the class. Using this constructor calling statement, we can do so. Okay, just by providing normal this calling statement, or this with some argument, or this with some multiple arguments. Okay, based on the overloaded constructor types. So this is how, guys, we have to use this constructor calling statement in constructor overloading. And also, guys, there is one more thing I have to mention before I wind it up. Okay, so if I have to use this constructor calling statement, I have to provide it in the first step. Okay, in the first step of the constructor itself, I have to provide this, guys. If I try to provide somewhere else, let's say I want to provide it at the end of this method. Okay, So instead of providing in the first step of this constructor, if I try to provide that in the last step or any other step, okay, I'm going to get compiler error, guys. Okay, constructor call must be the first statement in a constructor. This should be a first statement, guys. Then only Java will allow you. Okay, otherwise you will get compiler error. All these constructor calling statements should be the first statements only inside the constructor. They should be the first calling first statements. If you try to provide in the any other line inside the constructor calling constructors, then you will get compiler error like this. Constructor call must be the first statement in the constructor, guys. Okay, you have to move it to the first line. Then only you can use this constructor calling statements inside the constructors for calling the other overloaded constructors. So guys, this is all about this constructor calling statement. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain the next topic of constructors, that is constructor overriding is not possible. Okay, constructor overriding is not possible. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 167 of Java for Tester series. That is constructor overriding is not possible. Why constructor overriding is not possible, I am going to explain in this video session, guys. So constructor overriding is not possible. So let's say, let me explain by creating two classes here. Okay, by showing you two classes. Let's say, guys, there are two classes. One is class A and another one is class B. Okay, let's say there are two classes, that is class A and class B. So let's say this class B extends class A. That means class B is the child class of this parent class, class A. So class A will become the parent class. Okay, class A will become the parent class of this class B, whereas class B will become the child class of the class A. Okay, child class of the class A. In such kind of situation where class A is the parent class of class B and class B is the child class of the class A. Now, in this kind of situations, if you create two constructors here, okay, public class A, like this, okay, and here also public class B, like this. This is constructor name should match with the constructor name should match with the name of the class. Here also the constructor name has matched with the name of the class in which it is created, right? So guys, if this constructor names, okay, if these two constructors which are in the different classes, parent and child classes, have the same name, okay, if these two constructors which are inside their own classes, that is parent and child classes, if they have the same name, okay, then constructor overriding would have been possible, guys. Okay, constructor overriding would have been possible. But guys, do they have the same name? No, guys, not at all possible, because the classes will definitely have different names. Okay, this class A has some different name from class B, right? Class A has a different name, class B has a different name. So the same thing will apply for the constructors, because the names of the constructors should match with the class names. So public class A and here public class B. So here there's no possibility that these two constructors in parent and child classes will have the same name. So that's the reason, guys, constructor overriding is not possible. Okay, that's the reason, guys, constructor overriding is not possible. So that's all about the constructor overriding, guys. Why it's not possible, I have given the reason. Okay, if the names of these constructors which are in the parent and child classes have the same name, then only the constructor overriding will be possible, guys. Since there is no possibility that the names of the constructors in this parent and child classes can be same, there is no possibility of that. That's the reason, guys, constructor overriding is not possible. There is no way that the constructor in the child class can override the constructor in the parent class. There's no possibility. So when you create an object for this child class, let's say when you create something like this, okay, from a different class, if you create something like class B, B is equal to B object is equal to new class B, like this. If you create an object, okay, in that case, guys, which constructor will be called? In this case, which constructor will be called? child class constructor only will be called, right? The class B. So class B is called. And there is no possibility that this class B is going to override this class A constructor, because they don't have any same name. If they have same name, we can state that this class B constructor is going to override some other constructor in the parent class. Since they don't have the same name, this constructor is different from this constructor. There is no possibility of overriding, guys. Okay, this constructor cannot override this constructor because these two constructor doesn't have any common names. If they have the common names or same name, then only there is a possibility of overriding, guys. Okay, there's no point that of discussing about constructor overriding possibility, guys. Okay, constructor overriding is not at all possible because the constructors of the different classes will have their own names, and there is no possibility of one constructor overriding other constructor because there's no possibility having same names. Okay, so that's all about the constructor overriding is not possible, guys. So that's it. In the next video session, I'll explain the next topic of constructors, that is constructor chaining. So what is constructor chaining? I'm going to explain in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 168 of Java for Tester series, that is constructor chaining. So what is constructor chaining? So what is constructor chaining? So in order to understand the constructor chaining, let me diagrammatically explain you guys. Okay, so let's say that there are two classes. Okay, let's say that there are two classes here. The name of the first class, let's name it as parent class. Okay, and this one is, let's say, child class. Okay, there are two classes. I am naming the first class as parent class and second class as child class. And I really want to make this first class as a parent class and the second class as a child class of the parent class by using extends parent class. Okay, by doing this child class will become the child class of this particular parent class. Okay, that's fine. Now, in this kind of situation where we have a parent class and a child class, okay, a parent class and its child class, inside the parent class, let's say there is a constructor. Okay, there is a constructor, public some parent class. Okay, like this. There is a constructor. Constructor will have the same name as the class name. So this is a constructor. One of the constructor is there inside the parent class. Same time, child class also has a constructor. Okay, let's create a constructor for the child class also. Child class constructor. Here, child class constructor is also having the same name as its class name. You see, child class, like this. Now, in this kind of situation, guys, if I create an object for this child class, okay, child class C is equal to, okay, child class C object, let's say, is equal to new child class. Like this, if I create an object for the child class, what will happen, guys? When I create an object for this child class, what is going to happen? What will happen, guys? So here, when you create an object for the child class, this child class constructor will be called, right? This child class constructor will be called from here. So we generally think that this constructor will be called, right? So we generally think that this constructor will be called, but as part of the constructor chaining process, okay, what will happen is when you create an object for the child class and when child class constructor is being called, okay, it will go here, but it will not execute this child class constructor first, guys. Okay, the control will go to the parent class. First, the parent class constructor will be called, then the child class constructor will be called. Okay, so you see what's happening here. When I create an object for the child class constructor will be called here. But in reality, as part of this constructor chaining, before the child class constructor is executed, its parent class constructor will be executed, guys. Okay, the control will, even though the child class constructor is called here, okay, before executing this child class constructor, first the control will go to the parent class constructor. After this constructor got executed, after the parent class constructor got executed, then only the child class constructor will be executed. Okay, So this is nothing but constructor chaining, guys. Okay. We generally think that when you create an object for the child class, only child class constructor will be called and executed. We generally think like, but that will not happen in the real time, guys. When you create an object for the child class, and when the child class constructor is called, it will first invoke the parent class constructor and execute it. Then only the child class constructor will be executed. Okay. This kind of connection will be there, guys. Okay. So that process or this kind of thing is known as constructor chaining. Let me explain you practically, guys, so that you can understand how the parent class constructor will be invoked and executed before executing the child class constructor when you create an object for the child class. Okay, let me practically show you. So for that, let's create two classes. That is, one is parent class. Let's name it as parent class. Okay, I'm just naming this class as parent class. I can name it as class A also. It's up to you. And here inside this class, I'm just going to create a constructor. Let's say the constructor name is parent class constructor. Okay. So system.out.println, I will simply say inside parent class constructor. Okay, like this. Okay, inside parent class constructor. So when this parent class constructor is executed, inside parent class constructor, text will be printed in the output console. Okay, now let's create another class, and I'll call this class as a child class. Okay, you can name it as a child class or class B, up to you. And I'll drag it here so that you can see both the classes together. Fine. Now here inside this child class also, I'll create a constructor child class. Okay, the name of the constructor will be same as the name of the class, like this. Now inside this system.out.println, I'll simply say inside child class constructor. Okay, and now I want to make this class a child class of this parent class. How to make it, guys? I have to use extends parent class. Then the child class will become the real child of this parent class. Okay, fine. Things are good now, guys. Now let's create another class for creating an object for the child class. That is, I'll create some class named demo, and I will select this main method to be created along with that. I'll drag it here. So inside this main method of this demo class, I'll try to create an object for this child class. So child class, some C object is equal to new child class. So guys, what will happen when I run this demo.java? So this main method will be executed, and control will go to the main method, and it will start executing from the main method. And this object creation statement of the child class will be executed first, as while the object of this child class gets created. Okay, during that process, this child class constructor will be called, invoked. Okay, it looks like the child class constructor will be invoked. Okay, but which one will be executed first? So we generally think that only inside child class constructor will be displayed in the output, but that is not going to happen, guys. When you create an object for the child class, and when the child class constructor is called, okay, so before this child class constructor gets executed, it will first invoke its parent class constructor, because this child class is extending this parent class. So the control will go from here to here. Okay, before this child class constructor got executed, so parent class constructor will be executed. Its parent class constructor will be executed first, guys. So inside parent class constructor will be printed first. Then the control will go to the child class constructor, and then inside child class constructor will be printed. Okay. So this is called as constructor chaining, guys. Okay. So when you create an object for the child class, instead of only the child class constructor being executed, it will first invoke the parent class constructor. After the parent class constructor got executed, then the child class constructor will be executed. Fine. So let's see this in action, guys. Okay. If I run this, you will see that first inside parent class constructor will be printed, then inside child class constructor will be printed to prove our theory. Okay. Inside parent class constructor, you see, first parent class constructor got invoked, then child class constructor got invoked. Okay. You see, you can see the statements here. Here you have created an object for the child class, but not the child class constructor is only executed. It will first invoke the parent class constructor and executed, then child class constructor will be invoked and executed. Okay, this is the proof for that. Fine. What if in the child class constructor we have a parameterized constructor, let's say. Okay, apart from this no args constructor, okay, in the child class we have a parameterized constructor like this. Child class, some int a. Okay, some int a. System dot o dot println inside single parameterized child class constructor having value. What is the value, guys? This a is the value. So I'll give the value as a plus a. Okay, like this. Fine. In this case, so in this case where the child class is having two constructors, one is a no arguments or no parameters constructor, and another one is a single parameter constructor. Now in this kind of case, guys, if I give some 9 here, okay, while creating the object, instead of calling the no parameters constructor, if I am calling the constructor having a single parameter like this, child class of 9, so what will happen, guys? The same thing will happen, guys. That is, when this object gets created for the child class, this child class constructor having the single parameter will be called. Okay, it looks like that, but internally what will happen is, even though this child class constructor having the single parameter is called, it will not be executed first, guys. It will invoke the parent class constructor first, and after this parent class constructor is executed, then only the single parameterized child class constructor will be executed. Okay, you'll see that in action. So first, what will be printed when I run this program now? When I create an object for the child class, and the constructor of the child class is like having a single parameter, the calling statement of the constructor is having a single argument. So this will call this one, right? But here in reality, what's going to happen is, before this particular single parameterized child class gets executed, it will invoke the parent class constructor. After this parent class constructor is executed completely, then only the single parameterized constructor in the child class will be executed. Okay, so inside parent class constructor will be printed first, then inside single parameterized child class constructor having value, whatever the value of s, that is 9, will be printed. Okay, right click, run as Java application. You can see that in action. Inside parent class constructor, then inside single parameterized child class constructor having value 9. So this is all about the constructor chaining, guys. Okay, even though you create an object for the child class, its parent class constructor will be executed first, then the child class, the called child class constructor will be executed later. Okay, this is called as constructor chaining. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll continue the constructor chaining process in a different way, where I'll be using this super call. Okay, super call statement to invoke the constructor of parent class. Okay, I'll show you how to use the super call to invoke a constructor of a parent class in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 169 of Java for Tester series, that is super constructor calling statement. What is this super constructor calling statement? So let me explain about this super constructor calling statement with a diagram, guys. Okay, let me draw a diagram using which I would like to explain what exactly this super constructor calling statement will do. Okay, so let's say, guys, there are two classes like this. Okay, there are two classes like this. One of the class is a parent class and other class is a child class. Okay, you name the first class as the parent class and you have named the second class as the child class. That's fine. So they are really parent and child classes because this child class extends the parent class. Okay, since the child class is extending the parent class, this is a parent of this class, this is a child of this class. Okay, that kind of relationship is there. And let's say in this parent and child classes, we have different constructors. Okay, we have different constructors inside this parent and child classes. And let's say from the outside, okay, from the outside of these classes, if I create some object for the child class, okay, if I create an object for the child class like this, child class, some C object is equal to new child class. So what will happen, guys? What will happen when I create an object for the child class? What will happen? object will be created, and also at same time this constructor will be called. The child class constructor will be called. Okay, constructor in the child class will be called. That's fine. Okay, constructor in the child class will be called. But now guys, what I want to do is when this child class constructor is called, I would like to use the super calling statement. Okay, I would like to use super calling statement inside this constructor of the child class to call the constructor of the parent class. You got my point? So I'll be creating this object, and this object statement will call this child class constructor, right? This will call this child class constructor. This child class constructor will be invoked. But what I want to do is when this child class constructor is invoked, I want to invoke this parent class constructor. Okay, for that I have to use this super constructor calling statement. That is the purpose, guys. When you create an object for the child class constructor should be invoked. But I want to invoke the parent class constructor. Okay, from the child class constructor I want to invoke the parent class constructor. For that, in order to invoke the parent class constructor from the child class constructor, we have to use something known as super constructor calling statement. Let me practically demonstrate, guys, how this can be done. Okay, so let's create a new class. Right click, new class. I'll name this class as parent class, and inside this parent class I'll create some constructors. Let's say public parent class. Okay, one constructor I created, parent class constructor. Fine. Inside this, I will say system.out.println inside parent class constructor. Okay, inside parent class constructor. Then I will create another constructor inside the same parent class, which has different parameters anyhow. Public parent class. I will say int a, comma int b. Okay, int a, comma int b. Let's say. Now system.out.println inside parent class constructor having the variable values as inside parent class constructor having the variable values as plus a and then plus b. Okay, this a and b parameters values. Okay, I'm printing. That's fine. Similarly, I will create another class. I'll name this class as child class. Okay, I'm just naming it as child class, guys. You can name it as anything. Okay, you can name it as class A, class B. Okay, X, Y, Z, whatever you wish. You can finish. I'll drag it to the right side so that you can see both the classes at the same time. Inside this child class also, I'll create constructors. That is, let's say I will create constructors like this: public child class. So system.out.println inside child class constructor. Okay. Then I'll create another constructor, public child class. I'll only give one parameter. Okay. Let's say. So here I will say system.out.println inside child class constructor having the value as plus this a. Okay, this plus a. Done. Okay, now we have two classes, guys. One is parent class, one is child class. The name of the class is parent and name of the class is child class, but really this child class is not at the parent of the parent class. Okay, so child class is not the child of this parent class until I say extends parent class. If I say extends parent class, okay, then this child class will become the real child of this parent class. Okay, now things are good. What I will do is I will create a new, right click, new class, and what I will do is I will create a demo, and with the demo class with a main method. Okay, so that I can create an object from that. Let's put it here somewhere, here or here, anything is fine. So what I will do is I'll try to create an object for this child class. Okay, so child class C object is equal to new child class. Child class C object is equal to child class. What will happen in this case, guys? When I run this demo.java, which is having this main method, so the control will go to the main method and this object creation statement will be executed, right? So when this object creation statement get executed, an object will be created for the child class, and at the same time, this child class constructor will be called. So nothing but the constructor inside the child class, that is this constructor will be called. That's fine. Now what I want to do is when this child class constructor is called, I want to call this parent class constructor. Okay. When this child class constructor is called, I want to call this parent class constructor. So how to do that? Simply guys, you can add super calling statement here. Okay. If you add the super calling statement, this super calling statement will, when this child class constructor is called, okay, when this child class constructor is getting executed, the when this statement will be executed, that is super calling statement is getting executed, the control will go from here to the constructor of the parent class. Okay, the constructor of the parent class, and first the statement inside the parent class will be executed, that is inside parent class constructor will be executed. After that, control will come back here to the child class constructor, and this inside child class constructor will be executed. So let's run this guys. Right click, run as Java application. You see, inside parent class constructor, inside child class constructor. That's fine. So what if I remove this super? Will I get a different result, guys? If I remove that super calling statement from the child class constructor, will I get a different output or not? No, guys, you will get the same output. You will get the same output. In the same way, you will get the output, guys. I'll explain the reason. Okay. Right click, run as Java application. You see, again, the same output is coming. How this is happening, guys? I have removed the super calling statement from here, but still, what's happening when this object is getting created, this child class constructor is getting called. When this child class constructor is getting called, automatically the parent class constructor is being invoked, right? Even though there is no super calling statement, this child class constructor is invoking the parent class constructor. Okay, the constructor from the parent class is being invoked. How this is happening, guys? So the reason here is, even though you provide the super calling statement, or even though you are not providing the super calling statement here in the child class constructor, what Java will do internally is, Java will internally add a super calling statement. Okay, it's hidden, guys. Okay, here I am explicitly adding. Okay, so things are working. But here, even though I don't add, okay, if I remove this, okay, if I remove this, then also Java internally adds the super calling statement. Okay, there will be one super calling statement added internally by Java, guys. You will not see in the source code. Okay, when I run the program, Java compiler will automatically add the super calling statement and will invoke the parent class constructor. Okay, so when you try to create an object for the child class, when the child class constructor is invoked, Java will internally add the super calling statements. You don't have to add it explicitly. It's already there internally. Okay, that's the reason, guys, we are getting this output. Without super calling statement also, we are getting the same output, that is inside parent class constructor. So this constructor is getting invoked from the child class constructor. Then child class constructor is getting executed, that is inside child class constructor. This concept I already explained as part of the previous video, guys, that is constructor chaining. Right, in the previous video I explained about the constructor chaining, where I mentioned, like, when you create an object for the child class, before this child class constructor is executed, it will invoke the parent class constructor. Once the parent class constructor is executed, then only the child class constructor will be executed. But why that is happening, guys? The answer for that is, internally Java will add this super calling statement. Okay, super calling statement, which will internally call the parent class constructor. That is, parent class constructor in the parent class will be automatically invoked. Okay, because Java is internally or inbuiltly taking care of that. So that's fine. But what is the use of this super constructor calling statement? Let me explain. Okay, though Java is using that internally, we can still use explicitly in some cases, guys. Okay, here there is no need to add, right? I don't have to add this super calling statement because Java is already adding for me, right? Even though I don't add, it's already adding here. But there may be some cases where you have to explicitly provide this super constructor calling statement. Where is that place? Okay, where is that place? For example, here, when this child class constructor is called, when you create an object for the child class constructor and this child class constructor is being called, now at this kind of situation, if you want to call this parent class constructor having two parameters, okay, you want to call, instead of calling this normal parent class constructor, which doesn't have any parameters, which will be automatically called. Even though you don't call, it will be automatically called. But you don't want to invoke this parent class constructor without any parameters. Okay, but you want to invoke a parent class constructor which is having this other parameters. Okay, multiple or single or multiple parameters, whatever that is. Okay, in that case you can add super calling statement, constructor calling statement like this. You can just pass some values like 4, 5. Okay, 4, 5. Super of 4, 5. So in this case, what will happen? Okay, this will not be automatically added by Java. We have to explicitly provide. Then only this kind of thing will happen. That is, when you create an object for the child class constructor will be invoked, and from the child class constructor, this super constructor calling statement will invoke the parent class having these two parameters. Okay, instead of this one, this will be invoked now. That is, super class constructor, that is parent class constructor having these two parameters will be invoked. Into the variable A, this 4 will be passed. Into the variable B, this 5 will be passed. So inside parent class constructor having values as 4 and 5 will be printed. Then inside child class constructor will be printed now. Okay, let's see whether that is happening or not. Right click, run as Java application. You see, inside parent class constructor having the variable values as 4 and 5 inside child class constructor. Okay, like this. Now from here, I can even call the same thing. I can do the same thing, guys. Okay, if I do super here, even though I don't provide, the same thing will be there. If I remove from here, that's fine. Okay, now what I will do is, while creating an object, I will call the constructor, child class constructor having a single parameter. How to call that, guys? Let's say I provide some value. Okay, this time which constructor will be called? Which child class constructor will be invoked? While creating the object for the child class, which child class constructor will be invoked? This one having the single parameter, because I am passing 9 here. So this will be invoked, and inside this super constructor calling statement is there. So this will call which one? This will call this one, right? Even though you provide this or not provide this, Java will internally take care of that. Okay, let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. You see, inside parent class constructor is being invoked, and then inside child class constructor having the value as 9 is printed. Okay, that means when you run this code, when you create an object for the child class constructor having this single parameter, that is when you are passing 9, so we'll go here, this constructor will be called. So when this constructor will be called, this 9 will be assigned to the A, and super constructor is called. This will take you to the parent class constructor, and this will be printed. Then control will come back here, and then it will print inside child class constructor having the value as A. Okay, will happen. Fine. If I remove this, also same result, because Java internally will add a super constructor calling statement. This will be internally added by Java. Even though you explicitly add it or you don't add it, Java will internally do that. Okay, when you run this, you will get the same output, because the same thing will happen. You see, the inside parent class constructor, inside child class constructor having the value as 9. What's happening here? Here also, when you create an object, this child class constructor having the single parameter will be called. So A will be assigned with 9. And even though you don't provide the super constructor statement here, the Java will internally provide the super constructor calling statement here, and this constructor in the parent class will be called, and the statement will be printed, and then control will come back here, and inside child class constructor having the value as 9 will be printed. Okay, so again the same thing. If you want to explicitly provide this super constructor, okay, we have to do something like this: super of 6, 3. Okay, 6, 3. If I give something like this, okay, what will happen in this case? This case, when the object is created for child class having the single parameter will be called. That is, this constructor will be called. A will be assigned with the value 9. Okay, this 9 is the argument and A is the parameter. So 9 will be assigned to the parameter A. And now, when this child class constructor having the single parameter is getting executed, it will execute this statement. Super constructor calling statement will be executed. This will not be added automatically, guys. This is not possible by Java to add it automatically. Okay, so normal without any parameters constructors will be automatically called, but constructors having the parameters will not be automatically called. So here super of 6, 3 is explicitly called. So the constructor having the two parameters, that is A and B, that is 6 will be going to A and 3 will be going to B, will be called, and inside parent class constructor having the variable values as A, B will be printed. Then control will come here, and inside child class constructor having the value as A will be printed. So these two statements will be printed. Okay, let's see whether we are getting that output or not. Right click, run as Java application. We'll get that output, guys. Inside parent class constructor having two parameters, that is 6 and 3. Inside child class constructor having the single parameter value, that is 9. So this is how, guys, this is how we have to use super constructor calling statement in Java. Okay, so sometimes Java will internally add it, Sometimes we have to explicitly add it to call the constructors having some parameters, okay, from the child class constructors. So this is how we have to use the super constructor calling statement in Java, guys. So we are done with the constructors concepts. We'll go to the next concepts, that is method concepts. Few other remaining method concepts, that is we'll start with method overloading. So I'll be explaining about what exactly is method overloading in the next video session, guys. So thank you, guys. See you in the next video session. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 170 of Java for Tester series, that is method overloading. So what is method overloading? So method overloading is nothing but creating more than one method having the same names inside the single class, okay? Creating more than one method having the same names inside the single class by differentiating the methods using parameters, okay, using their parameters. Fine. So you need to understand this statement, guys, okay? So what is method overloading? Method overloading is nothing but creating more than one method, okay? So creating more than one method having the same names inside the single class. Let's say there is a class, guys. Let's say there is a class, this is a class. Inside this class, we have to create more than one method, okay? Let's create more than one. This, let's assume that these are the methods, okay? Method 1, method 2, method 3. And all these methods are going to have the same name. Let's say if one of the method name is like car details, other method is also going to have the same name, that is car details. And the third method is also going to have the same name, that is car details, like this, okay? All these three methods have the same name. How can this be possible? Okay, will this be possible, guys? If you create methods, multiple methods having the same name inside a single class, will that be possible? No, guys, generally it won't be possible because you will get an error. Some compiler error will come saying that you created some duplicate methods, right? If you try to create multiple methods having the same name inside the single class, then the Java compiler will give you a compiler error saying that duplicate methods added into the same class. That kind of method, that kind of error you will get. But guys, there is an exception here. There's an exception here, guys. So here, according to method overloading, we'll be creating more than one method having the same name inside the single class. Inside a single class, more than one method having the same name, we'll be able to create when we, the exception is nothing but this is the exception, guys. Okay, this part is the exception. That is by differentiating all these methods by using their parameters. Okay, if we differentiate all these methods using the parameters, then we'll be able to create multiple methods having the same name inside the single class. Okay, and this concept together is known as method overloading. Okay, the process of creating multiple methods having the same name inside the single class just by differentiating their parameters is known as method overloading, guys. Okay, this is what is known as method overloading. So how to differentiate the parameters then? The question here arises that we'll be able to create multiple methods having the same name inside a single class when you differentiate the methods using the parameters. But how can we differentiate the methods? These methods, how can we differentiate between each other irrespective of having the same name using their parameters? How can we use parameters to differentiate these methods? The answer is there are different ways, guys. Okay, there are different ways to differentiate these methods. That is, first way is count of parameters. Okay, so the first way of differentiating the methods and is count of parameters. That is, if one of the method is having the parameter as 0 parameters, there are no parameters inside this method, and another method we have single parameter, another method we have 2 parameters, like that. Okay, just by differentiating the methods using their parameters, count of the parameters. Okay, method having the same name but no parameters, method having the same name but one parameter, method having the same name but 2 parameters. Okay, all these methods will be different, guys. They will be differentiated using the parameters, using their parameters count. Like this, guys, the class will allow you to create multiple methods having the same name if you differentiate them based on the count of parameters. That is the one thing, one rule. Okay, Second thing is type of parameters. Okay, second way to differentiate these methods is to provide different types of parameters. In one of the method, let's say there is a parameter and that parameter is of some int data type. Okay, let's say the parameter data type is int. In another method, the parameter data type is like double. Okay, in another parameter, another method having the same name, the parameter type is char. Okay, all these three methods will be differentiated based on the type of the parameter, the data type of the parameter. We can differentiate the methods. That is another way. Third way is order of parameter types. Okay, so what does this order of parameter types mean? That means, let's say in one of the method, there are two parameters. The first parameter is declared with int data type and second parameter is declared with some string data type. And the second method having the same name as the first method, okay, it also has two parameters, but the first parameter is string, second parameter is int. Here, first parameter is int, second parameter is string. But here, first parameter is string and second parameter is int. So this also makes the difference, guys. Even though these two methods having the same name have same type of parameters. There are two parameters. One is int, one is string. But the order in which the parameters are declared, okay, here first parameter is int, whereas here second parameter is int. Okay, here the second parameter is string, but here the first parameter is string. The order in which the parameters are declared also makes sense. Okay, this condition, this situation will also differentiate these methods. Now this method will be differentiated from this method irrespective of having the same name, guys, because their order of parameter declaration type is different. Okay, that will differentiate the methods and allow you to create multiple methods having the same name inside the single class, because we have differentiated all these methods based on the count of parameters, type of the parameters, or order of the parameters. And this concept is known as method overloading, guys. Okay, this concept is known as method overloading. So guys, let me practically demonstrate this complete concept for you of method overloading. So before I practically demonstrate how these methods can be differentiated using the parameter types and count and type order of parameters types, okay, what I will do is, first I will create a basic class, then I will try to create some duplicate methods. Okay, without differentiating them with parameters, I will try to create some duplicate methods. Then you will be getting this error, guys. Okay, once I show you how you will get the error, then I will try to rectify this error by differentiating all these methods having the same name with this type of parameters. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, let's switch to the practical mode now. In this project, let's create a new class. Right click, new class. Let's say I will create a class known as car. Okay, you can give any name, guys. Click on finish. Inside this car class, I'll create some methods, guys. Okay, first method I'm creating public void car details. Okay, this is the first method. And this and again I'll try to create a duplicate method, guys. Okay, same method I will recreate it. That is public void car details. Immediately, guys, I'll get a compiler error. Okay, why? Because I created duplicate methods, guys. This method is having the same name, this method is having the same name, and both these methods are inside the same class, right? So Java compiler will give you error saying the duplicate methods car details in the type car. Okay, that's the problem. So what if I create something like this, int a, some int b, like this, still I will get the compiler error, because this car details name is same, the count of the parameter is also same. In this case also, Java will give you duplicate method compiler error. Okay, this is how, guys, when you try to create multiple methods having the same name inside a single class, you will get compiler error. Okay, this is the example to state that. Okay, this is one of the example to prove that. Now I am going to differentiate these methods based on the parameters. Okay, so that method overloading will be possible. Okay, method overloading is nothing but having multiple methods having the same name inside the same class by differentiating them with the parameters. Okay, that is method overloading. Let's try that. First I will create public void, okay, some car details method. So here when I say that this method doesn't have any parameters, right? Fine. Similarly, I will create another method public void car details. And if I don't give any parameters here, I'll get compiler error as explained, right? I'll get duplicate method compiler error. But what if I give some different count like int a? You see the error got resolved. The compiler error got resolved. Even though these two methods have the same name, but this method doesn't have any parameters. That is zero, parameter count is 0. Here parameter count is 1. What if I create another method like this? Public void car details, and this also will give compiler error because this will match with this one, right? Car details, no parameters. So duplicate method error will come. Okay. Now if I say int a comma int b, okay, you see the error got resolved. So based on the count of the parameters, here 0 parameters, here 1 parameter, here 2 parameters. Based on the count of the parameters, the methods can be differentiated, which will allow us to create multiple methods having the same name inside a single class, and this will result in method overloading, guys. Okay, this concept is known as method overloading. Having multiple methods having the same class, same method name is nothing but method overloading. Okay, this is possible with the help of parameter differentiation, like parameter count and all. Okay, fine. Next thing is the second way we can differentiate these methods is type of parameters. Okay, what does this mean? For example, if I say public void car details, okay, this is a method, and if I say int a, if I give int a here, now in the next method also I will say public void car details from int a. Let's say this is also int a. So this kind of situation, guys, what will happen? You'll get duplicate method because the same name method, these two methods have the same name, which are inside the same class, and the only one parameter is there, and that too it's of int data type. What if I make this from int to some double? The error will be resolved, guys. Okay, the error will be resolved. So based on the type of the parameters, okay, based on the type of the parameters, here everything is same except this parameter is declared with int data type, this parameter is declared with double data type. That is the only difference, guys. That's why, as there are different parameters, as there are different types of parameters inside these methods, okay, these two methods having the same name got differentiated, and method overloading was possible. Okay, that is the type of, based on the type of the parameter also we can differentiate the methods, and then how we can reach this method overloading, okay, which results in method overloading. Third thing is order of parameters. What does this mean? For example, if I say int a, okay, int a comma some string b here, okay, like this. Now here, if I give int a comma string b, I'll get duplicate method error because method name is same, parameter count is same, 2. Okay, here 2 parameters are there, here also 2 parameters are there, and the first parameter type is int. Here also first parameter type is int. Second parameter type is string. Second parameter type is also string here. So that's the problem. That's why this became they gave a compiler error saying duplicate methods. What if I make string b comma int a like this? If I say string b comma int a, so I just changed the order, guys. Okay. Here the first parameter is int, but here second parameter is int. Here second parameter is string. Here first parameter is string. So I just changed the order. Other than that, everything is same. Only the order in which the parameters are declared is different. Here first parameter is differently declared, and here first parameter is differently declared. This is making the difference, guys. So based on the order of the parameter types also, the methods having the same name inside the same class will be differentiated, and it will result in the method overloading, guys. This will result in method overloading. So guys, this is all about the method overloading and how it will be possible in Java. Okay, so that's it, guys. The next video session, I'll explain the next topic, that is method overriding. Okay, I'll explain what exactly is method overriding in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye.